Because we're back.
I'm already tired.
You didn't get
Allred.
rest? You should be well rested and relaxed, Mr. Allred.
Not so.
What,
Not the case.
Why were you not?
You don't want to hear my litany of doctors and
Sure I do. That sounds fun.
No, it's not fun.
Oh,
It's not fun.
sorry.
MRIs and echocardiograms and
Echoes? That's
Oh,
heart
yeah.
stuff. That's not
right.
your back. What's up with that?
hey, listen, I've got it coming and going.
Well,
I've got it front and back.
You know, my dear husband, Joe, also having some heart things and had
really?
had echoes and it was the saddest thing that happened over the entire break was they had to shave his chest hair
Yeah.
to get the leads
Lord.
on.
They looked at me and
for-
went, we don't have to shave anything there. We might have to pluck a couple of them.
If anything, there's some sort of surface on here that's not allowing it to stick.
It just slides right
It's just sliding. I don't understand.
What is that? I haven't, and I don't know what the results of all of that is either. They don't tell me till the 19th apparently.
Yeah, you'll be fine till then.
Yeah, apparently, and the back and all of that. It's the only pleasure I get in life is doing the Radio from Hell show. So what the hell is wrong with my life? What is wrong with my life that I do 4 hours of work here, and that's the pleasure I get out of life? The rest of it's like, oh, God. Hi.
Hi.
Okay, so I made a note about this. I got a Christmas card from Katie.
Okay.
And I think probably you guys did as well.
Yes.
And a little gift, and it was very nice, Katie. Except,
Oh no,
Except,
Bill,
Katie-
don't.
no, when you hear this, you will agree with me. 2 things, Katie, about your Christmas card. It had kitties with Santa hats on it. Not good.
Yes.
And glitter. You have you never? Glitter is not allowed.
Yeah,
Glitter.
I did that on purpose.
Yeah, see, glitter. is
You're
one of those-
fired then.
She wanted you to remember her every time you walked through your house and
That's right.
saw it all over everything.
That's
she
right.
wanted you to think of
100%.
Little kitties with Santa hats, and then glitter.
You have a cat. You have 2
Kitty
cats.
glitter,
So
kitty
therefore,
glitter.
I went cats. Cool. It works. Sent you
right.
cats.
Well, now there's sort of unspoken code in our house here, and we use certain terms to describe people. I mean, we have people that we don't like. Oh yeah, he's a boat person. Yeah,
A boat person.
Boat
Yeah, that's
person.
good. Yeah,
You know.
I know exactly what you mean when you say that.
and you, exactly, you know the person I'm describing. You know, Yeah, I don't know. He's okay. Yeah, he's a boat person though. And then there are also glitter people, and I'm afraid you made the list
Guys,
of glitter.
guys,
people.
I'm a raver. That's a thing.
True.
Well,
you
I
should
know.
you should expect nothing less from Katie.
And at least I didn't give you glitter, Carrie. I mean, there's that.
That's true.
I gave you a pretty cool card.
What? I'm the only one who got glitter?
I forgot
No,
what it was.
Gina got glitter, I believe.
It's taped up on the wall up there. I'll have to go and take a look.
Katie, I just wanted to tell you what you wrote in the card was very thoughtful,
very
and,
nice.
and it made
Thank
me
you.
very, very happy that we have you on the show.
I didn't
That's
even.
what I got.
I didn't even open the card because of that. I don't know what you said.
You
in there.
have cats, and so I was like, cool, my kitties will work for you.
It was like this. It was. Oh,
Yep.
oh no.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Oh,
That goes right in the trash.
It's fine. It's a thought that counts for me, at least.
Well, anyway, thank you, Katie.
You're
And
welcome.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas,
And
Happy New Year.
Now I saw over the holidays. Speaking of cleaning up glitter, there's this ball of goo that you can buy. It's like slime. It's some sort of plasticky kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it was showing the film of it cleaning a car and cleaning dust out of a car.
Just get silly putty at that point.
And you get it. It can. Well, this goo
It's
is more
gooier than that.
It's gooier than that, and it'll fit like in your vents and in the in
Yeah.
those hard to reach places where all the dust is.
Your navel.
And I was thinking, I wonder if that would pick up glitter.
probably.
Oh, yeah, it would.
So maybe there is an answer to
I've
getting
seen
rid of
that.
the
I saw
glitter.
that stuff too. I forget what it's called, but
I didn't bother to look. I just was watching the
Redemption.
video.
I'll buy you that bill, and then you can't be mad at me.
There
okay.
you go.
There.
You've got the
Milk-
Roomba.
milk-
Doesn't that take care of it?
Mill Creek coffee. No, glitter is the Roomba won't be bothered with. The Roomba, that's glitter. I'm rolling over that. I'm not going to suck that stuff up. It'll be in me forever.
Listen, Gina, I haven't been at a strip club in a very long time. I'm trying to remember. I don't know. Drew's been married.
Years?
That was probably the last time I was
Yeah.
in a strip club. And I still have glitter in my crevices.
Last time I went to a strip club, I took a Roomba with me. Just
Didn't work.
Mill Creek coffee, everybody. Delicious. Have some
Yes, I better get some.
right now.
Gonna need it to get back in my schedule. Because I sleep
I
till
did the
9.
thing
I
where
sleep till
I-
9:30 every day. You know.
I did the thing where I looked at the clock every 10 minutes through the night because I
I
was
did,
worried
too.
I was not going to get up.
Yeah.
I only did that because my dogs were restless. See, this is the thing: is that me getting back on schedule is going to be reasonably easy. Dogs are not figuring this out. They're like,
Yeah.
okay, now what's going on here?
Yeah.
You guys have been we've been sleeping until 10 every morning. What's going on?
So, and all kinds of fun things happened in the news while we were on break. So, I think right as we went on break, we had that story about the lawyer for the ACLU of Utah.
Oh, yeah.
He had just been hired as their new attorney for the American Civil Liberties Union of Utah. He had just been hired like days before, and he got into a domestic dispute with his wife and ended up firing a gun at her she was either driving towards him or away from him or something in her car. And he has been, of course, immediately now fired by the American Civil
ACLU.
Liberties Union of Utah. But I just kept thinking about that story and thinking, so what kind of judgment do they have there at the ACLU? They interview this guy and hire him. And
Either
then,
that, or he's a really good liar or something like that. You know,
well, he's an attorney.
Yeah.
So
actors, attorneys.
Yeah.
Speaking of attorneys, very important sports coming up.
oh, is it?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yes, very important sports today.
Well, maybe
that's
he'll
coming
have
up.
some insight into.
Maybe you will.
I just kept thinking. So the ACLU interviews this guy, and so yeah, he's our guy, and then I don't know.
All right. Well, let's get this going and over with.
Shall we have check-ins? If you want to
We'll
wish
see.
us a happy New Year, we'll be here. We're here.
We'll see. Yeah.
Happy New Year to you, and if you want to check in with a Happy New Year greeting for us here in 2021, just call 877-602-9696. We'll take a little break, play some commercials. Then when we come back, we'll officially begin the show. I think that's how it works, and we'll do the check-ins at 877-602-9696.
All right. But first of all, a message from the Department of Workforce Services.
Good jobs are available, my friends. And you can find thousands of jobs available in one place, the Department of Workforce Services here in Utah.
New
You
year,
can-
new job.
Yeah. You can, maybe you're an attorney, out-of-work attorney. You can meet up to 100 employers, industries including healthcare, construction, retail, transportation, banking, and more. Full-time, part-time, telecommuting jobs are also available. You can pre-register at utah.gov, create an account, or sign in to your My Job Search account. You'll find
It's a job fair is what you're signing up for.
yeah, there are job fairs out there, and it'll tell you all about that. All you have to do is go to jobs. Well, it's utah.gov is what I have here.
It's
Utah-
jobs.utah.gov, I thought. Wasn't
I
it?
think it is. They left that out. Jobs.utah.gov, and get a new career.
Technology.
My grandpa never said that. What was that all about?
Fine, I won't say anything.
No,
then.
we're not saying don't say anything. We're trying to. For how many years have you been here? We're trying to still teach you. Please say things. But, wait for a break in the sentence. When someone is in mid-sentence, you don't start talking.
I might forget what I was going to say.
There is that. There is that.
There's an unplanned course change being fed into the instrument, sir.
The minute it comes to me.
No, Leanne, we're not going to stop being mean to Gina. Go away. I'm not answering that call.
Well, no, let me talk to Leanne. Hi, Leanne. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
Now, Leanne, have you been listening this morning?
I have.
Yeah, I don't think of being particularly mean to Gina.
Well, okay, you guys are always picking on her at some point. You have to be nice to her.
Why?
I might cry.
Yeah, see?
I think...
Don't make Gina cry.
Okay.
Leanne, you
won't.
and Gina are single-handedly putting women's rights into the Middle Ages. All right? You fight like hell for equal rights to work just like the men, and then you get here and expect special treatment.
No, it's not special treatment. It's called don't be mean.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's special treatment.
Don't be mean.
Don't be
That's all
mean
there
or
is
you
to
might
it.
make her cry.
You have to understand Carrie's mean to everyone.
Yes.
Thanks, Leanne.
Thank you,
You're
Leanne.
welcome. I
See you
love
later.
you guys.
See you later.
Oh, my God. Michelle.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi.
How are you this morning?
I'm just fine.
You're a great Americanist. What can we do for you?
I just wanted to tell you to be nice to Gina. That's all I wanted.
Okay, thanks.
I was feeling sad for her.
See,
No.
you were going to cry for me,
No.
huh?
I was.
No.
I think I had a couple of tears welling
Michelle,
up, and
do
I
you
thought,
think
you know
that-
what? This is wrong.
Michelle, do you think women need special
No, wait a
treatment in the
minute.
workplace?
I never said they needed special treatment.
No, I'm asking you a question.
No.
Okay, then.
Michelle,
But there's a difference between special treatment and just common courtesy.
Michelle.
And being nice.
Michelle, is it common courtesy? Now, have you've been listening this morning?
Yes.
Yes.
All I'm trying to do is get through this feature.
Yeah.
And Gina is saying, "Oh, that's what happened to the."
How is that common courtesy?
So you know what I did? I stopped and said, "Well, then tell us all about it." Apparently,
you were being
it's
sarcastic.
apparently.
And then you yelled at her a
I
minute
didn't-
later for like
I-
5 minutes. You
I
guys
didn't-
stop. You just
all
kept
right,
going
No, I
Michelle.
didn't yell.
Michelle.
and going.
I didn't yell.
Michelle.
All right.
Michelle. Is it common courtesy to interrupt someone when they're speaking?
No, but she said she was sorry.
I'm
But
very
she says
sorry.
she's sorry every day.
But I'm really, really sorry.
No, wait a minute. Michelle's right. Gina said she was
said,
sorry.
I'm sorry, and you kept going, and you kept going, and I thought, that poor girl is either
Again,
gonna cry or
Michelle,
quit.
you and Gina are setting back women's rights 30 or 40 years.
I have to disagree with you.
I think it's
Just
only 20.
apologize, Michelle.
Michelle,
Just tell Carrie you're sorry.
you're wrong, and you know why?
Why am
Because
I
you're a
wrong?
woman. That's why, okay?
But thanks for
If
trying.
I were as smart as you guys, I'd know when.
All right, 6:20. Let's get this over with.
Yeah, and then we'll go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696. We'd love to hear from you. wish you a happy new year, and you, us, and all of that, and tell us what are your hopes for the new year. Gina, do we have a sponsor for the opening of the show?
Yeah.
Sponsor.
I'm sorry, Gina. Are you gassy? What was that? Oh, I wasn't looking. What?
It's the first of the month after a holiday. No, we do not have a sponsor.
Well, all right then. Let me just tell you that the moon is 70.2% of full. It will set today at 11:38 a.m. Today being, I believe it's Monday. It's the 4th day of January in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2021. There are 280 days now. This is 280 days that we have been broadcasting from our pandemic bunkers, our homes. Week 40. 40 weeks now we have been broadcasting from home because of the coronavirus pandemic, and it's only 16 days until the new Biden-Harris administration. And we are Radio from Hell, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, that's me, hi, Gina Barberi, that's her, and Katie for short is in the studio making sure that everything runs correctly. And is Skip and Miriam there today, I assume? All right. Now we'll go to your...
Oh, and it's Jonesy's birthday today.
Happy birthday, Jonesy. Dr. Jones. And now we will go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696. I see that Shasta from New York has checked in via text saying she's missed us very much, glad that we're back. She says, I don't know that I would be able to get back into the swing of things if you guys weren't there in the morning. And then this one, I guess I was complaining about some health problems and things like that. And somebody said, I'm about to go, I'm going for my last COVID test before my liver transplant tomorrow.
Oh, my gosh. Wow.
Shout out to my live donor, Sister Angel Shauna.
Wow.
So, very nice, and we hope everything goes well. And great. And teacher Emily checking in via text as well. So,
let's see. Jesse is the liver transplant.
Good luck, Jesse.
Yes.
Good luck. And your sister really is an angel.
Yeah.
I'll say. Do you have any extra? I'd take an extra.
A little extra liver?
Yeah, if you got a spare.
Well, I think she's probably given up. Look, when you do a liver transplant, you can just give up part of your liver, right?
Yeah, it's just part of it.
Yeah. So I wonder how much you can get rid of before.
I don't think you could donate your liver, Bill. I don't think anyone would take it.
Oh no! I listen. I went to a nephrologist. That's another doctor I went to. I went to a nephrologist, and my liver's fine. I went to the nephrologist. They thought something, and he looked at all the blood work and stuff that the doctor sent over and said, "My God, you're in serious trouble here. Oh, this is terrible. You have liver failure." I said, "Well, he said, here, do this and this and this, and then we'll do blood work again in a month." Did the blood work again in a month after I did what I said. He says, "Oh, you're fine."
He told you were in liver failure?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, you are having liver failure. You're anemic, and something serious is wrong here. And I said, well, okay. My doctor, my main doctor who sent me to see you, said he stopped this medication and this medication. He said, that's good. Let's check you again in a month then. And checked again in a month, and he went, "Oh, you're okay."
Phew.
Yeah. No, that happened to my dad, who, was not a big drinker at all. I mean, the occasional beer, bowling, and that was it. And he went in, and they said, "Sir, how often do you drink?" And he says, "I don't." Well, that's not what these tests say. You calling me a liar, son?
Yeah.
Okay, I have a beer with.
And they found out that it was all the pills that they had been prescribing him for various this and various that. They keep throwing pills at you, to fix things, and that was what was messing up his livers, all those pills.
It was just a wrong combination of stuff I was taking. And my doctor had changed it. He said, "This doesn't look good. Maybe we better change this medication, and that did in fact fix everything. But
Well, speaking of dying,
yeah,
this needs to be addressed, and Frank Christ is in the chat room right now.
Oh,
Frank Christ is our happy Grim Reaper of precious, precious celebrities.
Angel of Death.
Yes. And he's reminding us that we need to get our... well, first of all, he congratulates Gina for winning 2020.
I don't feel good about
The
this
Deadpool.
win. I
Yeah.
don't feel good about it.
Which celebrities did you pick that?
Well, Eddie
gave
Van
you
It was
the
Halen.
Eddie Van Halen is what pushed her over the top.
And I feel very, very. I'm sure I helped karmically bring about his demise.
So we need
No,
to
you
get
didn't.
we need to get our list together of celebrities. And,
Well, I'm going to just keep my list the same, except for I was briefly in the lead. Mm-hmm. Who was it that died on my list?
You'll have to
got it
DM
written
Frank
down.
and find out which ones you scored points from, because then you'll have to add.
I only had one.
You only had one.
Only
Okay.
one person on my list. Here it is. And I've written down my new list, which is everybody that was on my list last year, except the person who died.
And I'm feeling so oogie about Eddie Van Halen. I'm going to make a list of people I hate.
Only people you hate.
I think I have not done that previously. I've tried to win based on other factors, and I'm just going to pick people I hate.
People are wondering what we're talking about. Our celebrity Deadpool. We predict 10 people. We put 10 people on a list of people that we predict will die, and it doesn't have to be people you hate or anything like that. It's just people you think will die in the year 2021. The point system is done from their age going to the age 100. So if they died at 90, you get 10 points. Okay?
I put Don Wells on my list yesterday, I promise you. Tanya Roberts.
Three days.
I put Tanya Roberts on my list just a couple of days ago.
But that raises a question: are we all going to scramble for Rush Limbaugh, or are we, or Larry King?
Or Larry King.
Brad Wheeler just texts and says, I swear I thought Larry King was already dead.
So we need to decide a deadline. For
A deadline, I get it.
You say for our 10
How
celebrities.
about Friday? Let's just say.
That's what I
Regis-
was going to say.
Regis
Friday?
Philbin. Regis Philbin was the one I had on the
Oh,
list.
there you go.
Reg, you had Reg.
Yeah, I had Reg. So I'm going to keep my list the same and just replace Reg with somebody.
Reg.
Deadline is
Okay.
going to be Friday. I will look at a time that we can do it.
All right,
Okay.
and then we'll have to get those to
Chris Frank.
Get those to Frank Christ.
Yeah.
I can't put Tanya Roberts on my list. I
No.
guess.
No, sadly.
She's gone.
Too late.
So the deadline is Friday.
Okay.
I made a big list of like 20 people, and then I kind of vetted it with Geek Show, and they talked me out of quite a few of them.
Who'd
Like
they talk
who?
you out of? Oh, then
They-
I'll take it.
They talked me. They talked me out of Rupert Murdoch because
Okay, I'll
they
put-
I've had him on my list.
because they said that he's just too damned evil to die. All right, traffic, please, Gina.
There isn't any. Things look great this morning. I have 0 things to tell you about. If you have something to tell us about, though, you can text it to us, 33986. If you want to sponsor the traffic, you can buy ads. You can call our sales department and sponsor your business right here. That's traffic.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back. In this next break, you're going to get both big boy news and opinioendo and very important sports from our attorney, Edward K. Brass. All coming up after these. X96.
Sitting here in my room with Dean Cardinal, Worldwide Trekking, and a man who's become a good friend, Geljan Sherpa, and we're sitting here talking to you on a cell phone, essentially, which is amazing to me that you can do this where we are. Let me try to describe this. We are actually in a really remote part of the world. You can helicopter in here, but it's horribly expensive, and people don't do it much. People walk to get to these places, and they walk for days and days. There are people who live way up in the Khumbu, and they come down here kind of the Namche Bazaar is, would you say it's a halfway point between here and Lukla?
Yeah, and it's a trading spot between, the valley and Tibet, and a place where people come together for the Saturday market to trade goods, to buy goods, and everything else.
And so people walk for a long time to get to these places, and people walk. They'll walk from very remote places up by Everest, and they'll come down here to trade, as Dean said. But what's really unusual is that people have cell phones everywhere. It's just stunning in its incongruity. It's just incredible. You'll be walking. I'll be puffing my way up a trail, and some Sherpa kid will be, carrying a big heavy load of stuff and talking on a cell phone. It's just an amazing thing to see. I should describe a little bit. I don't think I described very well. Coming into Namche Bazaar, there are these giant prayer wheels in houses. I'd forgotten about this, and I asked our friend here, Geljan, what those were, and he said the river used to run under those prayer wheels and turn the prayer wheels, but the river has been kind of diverted. I don't know why, but they turn the prayer wheels anymore. So yeah, so it's just such a world of contrast here, and you'll see all of these Sherpa kids wearing, kind of American, westernized-looking clothes and talking on cell phones. But then they're also very into their culture. And I just want you to tell people really quickly, Geljan, what you call your son. What's your nickname for your son?
My son's nickname is Chicken Head.
Chicken Head. Geljan. You see, Geljan is like fathers everywhere. His son, Pasang, right? Pasang has a kind of a weird hairdo with it kind of sticks up, and he's dyed it a kind of a red color, and so his father, being like fathers everywhere, doesn't like it, so he calls him Chicken Head. anyway, we'll have more from Namche Bazaar. I'm Bill Allred, heading for Tibet. Tibet? No, not Tibet.
Okay, 6:34 right now. We do have very important sports coming up with Ed Brass. But first, Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Brought to you by
We're Back, and Happy New Year, and Merry Christmas, and
we're back, and we're fat and happy. All right. Tragedy.
Oh.
Tragedy.
That's right.
Tragedy all through the news here at the beginning. He was one of a kind. He was an original. He will be missed. Jerry Marsden, the lead singer, the formed the band Jerry and the Pacemakers, had a huge hit with "Ferry Cross the Mersey."
Let me find that for you.
It's a lovely song.
I don't know it.
You probably will when you hear it.
When you hear it.
He was the lead singer of the 60s British rock group Jerry and the Pacemakers. They scored big with their hit "Ferry Cross the Mersey," which made them instant stars in America. Other hits were "You'll Never Walk Alone." Mm-hmm. It's a very pretty song.
So ferry, cross the Mersey, 'cause this land's the place I love, and here I'll stay.
Toured with that band for 60 years. And I didn't realize that he wrote the song You'll Never Walk Alone.
Ah.
So there you go. Also, tragedy. She was one of a kind. She made a coconut pie like no one.
Oh, yes.
I don't think we mentioned before we went on vacation that Dawn Wells.
What happened while we were gone? Yeah.
Yeah, did it happen while we were gone?
Yeah, it was while we were gone.
Best known as Gilligan Island's Mary Ann died. She was 82.
Mm-hmm.
Lived in Idaho.
Got
We
the
interviewed
COVID.
her when she had a cookbook.
Yeah, Mary Ann's cookbook, and she was sweet Mary Ann from Gilligan's Island, and then when we interviewed her about her Mary Ann's cookbook, she talked like this. She was, Bob Denver, who played Gilligan. He liked to smoke a lot of weed, and I think Mary Ann was also
She was, yeah, she helped
a
him
big
out.
advocate.
She was, she's known for that, but she was also in quite a lot of TV shows as a guest, and she was also in The Town That Dreaded Sundown.
Oh, yeah.
A long time ago. Mm-hmm. And she also hosted a talk show in Australia for a number of years.
Really? I didn't
Yeah.
know that.
Mm-hmm.
Her final role was a 2019 episode of The Epic Tales of Captain Underpants. It's a cartoon. She did a voice in that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. And then also tragedy, one of a kind. Tanya Roberts has died. She was only 65. She was, was she best known for that 70s show, I guess? A show I never watched.
Was she
She
a
was a
regular
Bond
on it?
girl.
Yeah,
she was known, that's the thing that everybody mentions first, that 70s show. She played Midge, so I guess
It's the
that was
most
a pretty
recent thing. That's
I guess
why.
that was a very prominent character too in that show. Then she was a Bond girl. Wasn't she one of Charlie's Angels briefly?
The last
Briefly.
season.
Yeah.
Yes. Here, let me, because there's a very important one that we need to mention. Of course, Sheena,
Yeah.
Queen of the Jungle.
Right. She's the Queen of the Jungle.
And we interviewed her too. We got contacted by her people. So, would you like to interview Tanya Roberts? And she was just trying to sell us a timeshare in Las Vegas.
Yeah, we didn't. We just thought, okay, yeah, we'll interview Tanya Roberts about. She didn't want to talk about her career at all.
Nope.
She wanted to talk about timeshares.
And see, we got sucked into that a couple of times. There was an agency that was, getting celebrities, but to talk about timeshares.
Alan
And she was
Thicke,
one
we
of
did
them.
it with him too.
Alan Thicke was one, and
Who else we got caught on a couple of those.
Ed
where-
loves the one with who's the ditzy MTV girl type
Oh,
person?
Tia
Tequila.
Tia Tequila.
One of Ed's
yeah.
favorite interviews. He loves it.
As the coronavirus, the vaccine rollout in the United States is a disaster, of course.
Of course.
As governments around the world rush to vaccinate citizens against the surging coronavirus, scientists are locked in a heated debate over a surprising question. Is it wisest to hold back the second dose that everyone will need, or give as many people as possible an inoculation now and push back the second dose until later? Since even the first shot appears to provide some protection against COVID-19, some experts believe that the shortest route to containing the virus is to disseminate the initial injections as widely as possible now, and that would mean shorting a second shot to people. They'd have to. There's not enough to go around. Officials in Britain have already decided to delay second doses of vaccines made by AstraZeneca and Pfizer as a way of more widely distributing the partial protection afforded by a single shot.
Huh.
Yeah, here in Utah, coronavirus, the state has saw 1,819 new cases, 5 deaths reported on Sunday. 87 people died in the week leading up to then. Vaccinations are happening, but not fast.
But we've got a general who's going to head this whole thing.
No,
He's a general.
no,
He's a
that's
very
not-
good general.
I don't see
He
that.
does this kind of thing all the time.
Governor-elect Spencer Cox he will now oversee this whole effort here in the state of Utah. And after Monday's inauguration, today's inauguration, he and his family will leave their home in Fairview, where he's been doing a 4-hour commute, all the time, to live in here in Salt Lake. I believe he's going to live in the governor's mansion. He says the idea of getting caught up in an urban bubble and drifting from his rural identity terrifies him. The roots of this place, Fairview, he says, I'm looking out the window right now, and it's critical to who I am, and I'm going to miss it so much. I think he should just move the seat of government to San Pete County. He could do that.
Can he do that?
Mar-a-Lago was the the southern White House. So Fairview can be the southern
governor's mansion.
Governor's mansion.
Somebody, I forget who it was. Is it Gerke, I think, in the Salt Lake Tribune said, so Spencer Cox will be the new governor. Now, are we going to have a governor who's really effective, or it's just he's the governor who will be our friend? He's the governor who's going to be our friend. Let's see how effective he'll be. Donald Trump, in an hour-long phone call with Georgia's Republican Secretary of State, kept repeating, and if you listen to some of this, it's just astonishing, over and over again. He's talking to the Secretary of State in Georgia, who is a Republican, who oversees the elections, and he keeps saying, listen, there were a lot of votes that went uncounted. We won Georgia. You know that, don't you?
You need
no,
to
Mr.
find
President.
the votes for me. You need to find...
No, Mr. President, you didn't. Well, I understand now the voting machines. Those voting machines, they were changed out, weren't they?
No.
They were in the middle of the night. They were changed. No, they weren't. Well, I mean, some parts of them were changed. No, Mr.
Parts
President.
were removed. No, that didn't happen.
No, Mr. President, that didn't happen. He kept going on and on with this guy.
His pitch was, look at all these examples that I just presented to you, that of course didn't happen, of voter fraud. And all I'm looking for is 11,780 votes. So, it wouldn't hurt to say that you recalculated.
Yeah.
It wouldn't hurt you to say that we recalculated, because I don't need these millions that I'm talking about. I only need 11,780. Very specific.
He was making
number.
a deal. He was making a deal.
Yeah.
And nothing will come from this, will it? Nothing
I like this too. He said, so dead people. I think the number was close to 5,000 dead people voted. Mr. President, no. The actual number. So the Secretary of State knows. He said, we did find evidence of some dead people voting. It was two.
Yeah, I mean, the
and
Secretary of State
is recounts. 3.
Yeah. The Secretary of State is prepared with all the questions that he knows is going to come, and he says, "No, this is what happened." Well, you need people who want to find things, not people who don't want to find things. I listened to the whole thing.
You did? You listened to the whole
I listened to
thing?
the hour. I had to. Oh, 25th Amendment. That's all I can say. He is insane.
And this is telling. All 10 living former defense secretaries. All right? These are Republicans and Democrats. And this, by the way, I believe was spearheaded by Dick Cheney, a very conservative former he was a vice president, but before he was the vice president, he was Secretary of Defense. Dick Cheney. So this was spearheaded by Dick Cheney. All 10 living former defense secretaries have delivered a warning to President Trump. This should chill you. I mean, as you listen to Trump try to wheedle with the damn Secretary of State of Georgia, it's kind of amusing. It's so stupid and ineffectual. But this They have delivered a warning to President Trump in an op-ed denouncing the possibility of the military becoming involved in the current election dispute.
Which means that has been floated out there.
The piece
means that's been discussed.
There's a lot of things at play here. We've also got our aircraft carriers off by Iran. Because one of the plays is possibly going to be, well, we're attacking Iran because they're bad. They're going to attack us, so we're going to stop that. And now I have to declare martial law because, the
10 defense secretaries, both Republican and Democrat, didn't mention Trump's name in the editorial, but clearly it was intended for the president to heed their message. Quote, "Our elections have occurred. Recounts and audits have been conducted. Appropriate challenges have been addressed by the courts. Governors have certified the results, and the Electoral College has voted. The time for questioning the results has passed," these secretaries of defense said. Efforts to involve the U.S. Armed Forces in resolving election disputes would take us into dangerous, unlawful, and unconstitutional territory. These secretaries of defense listed Ashton Carter, Dick Cheney, William Cohen, Mark Esper, Robert Gates, Chuck Hagel, James Mattis, Leon Panetta, William Perry, and Donald Rumsfeld. Both Mattis and Esper worked under Trump. And, And Mitt Romney says, this isn't a good idea. This is an egregious ploy that the president is trying to do here.
Master of understatement, Mitt Romney.
It's an egregious ploy.
At least he's saying something. At least he's saying something.
Yeah. And Russia has a 15,000-mile-per-hour nuclear missile that can beat any defense and destroy Texas. Now, why they want to destroy Texas, I'm not sure.
Or what are they waiting for? How about that?
That's my question.
All right. That's it. Shall we go
Weather
to sports?
traffic.
We'll do sports in a second. Weather. So there's a chance of some rain, and yes, rain, not snow, because it's warm today. 46 for a high today. Warmest it's been in quite a while. We could get some snow in the mountains, though, and that will be overnight tonight into Tuesday. Low tonight of 32. And then our next chance of a little bit of snow will be on Thursday, but only a 30% chance on that day. Traffic has been very light this morning. I only have one accident to tell you about. Crash northbound Wasatch Boulevard at 62nd South in Salt Lake. The right lane is blocked there. And if you see something, you can text it to us, 33986. That's traffic.
All right. 6:48 right now, and it is time for very important sports with our attorney, Edward K. Brass, and it is brought to you by
the $1 million bet that he made on his Buckeyes.
Ooh.
How about
He made
that?
$1 million bet on the
Somebody did.
What?
Ed, what's the deal?
That's part of the sports.
Oh, okay.
All right. Good morning. This is Edward K. Brass, or Mr. Amy Donaldson, as we like to call him. He's of course, a wonderful defense attorney and a wonderful sports reporter. Mm-hmm. And so, go ahead. Let's tell. I want to hear about the $1 million.
So the $1 million is, and this is thanks to your very important sports correspondent Gina Barberi, who put this out there. Prior to the Ohio State-Clemson game, which we will talk about in great detail, someone in Indiana bet $1.3 million on Ohio State, and Ohio State was a decided underdog, and they won. And I do not know how much money he made on that, but let's say it's dollar for dollar. The guy's got $2.6 million now.
Wow!
I think it was Mike Pence. I mean, it was a bet that came from Indiana, so I think it was him.
No, the Lord doesn't want him to bet.
And to answer your earlier question, the ACLU is in favor of all the amendments, Bill, all the amendments. So that includes the Second Amendment.
Okay.
The right to bear arms and shoot tires.
All right.
So this is the welcome to, what do you mean it's already time to go back to work edition of Very Important Sports, for those of us like myself who've squandered the holiday season. For some guy in Pittsburgh named Mauricio Paez and some other guy in McAllen, Texas named Raul Montemayor, as predicted by Very Important Sports Formula One correspondent Raul Montemayor at Thanksgiving, 7-time world champion Lewis Hamilton became Sir Lewis Hamilton on December 30th when he was knighted by Queen Elizabeth.
Wow.
A little-known portion of the knighthood process. Yeah, he's an F1 driver, and he's a knight now. Little-known portion of the process is the new knight is required to sing the Knights of the Round Table song from Monty Python and the Holy Grail to the Queen. We're Knights of the Round Table. We dance when we are able. We do routines and chorus scenes with footwork impeccable. So, and he has to sing that to her, the whole thing.
That's nice.
In football, the EPL, following the festive holiday fixtures, as they like to refer to it, where they play a game every couple days, the standings are Liverpool, Manchester United, Leicester, and Tottenham. In the NBA, the Jazz last night beat the Spurs 130-109. I think that game was in San Antonio, not the Salt Palace. The Jazz ended the night 4-2. They're one game out of first place in the West. They're in third place in the West right now, so they've gotten off to a good start. In a Title IX insisted insertion into Very Important Sports, Utah women beat Washington 84-61. I'll point out that they are 3-5 overall and 2-5 in the Pac-12. Utah is 4-3 overall. They're 1-2 in the Pac-12. They're 10th in the Pac-12. BYU is 9-2. Utah State's 7-3, and they're 4-0 in the Mountain West Conference. And Weber is 4-3 and 1-1 in the Big Sky. In the NFL, the playoffs are set. In the AFC, it's Buffalo, Pittsburgh. In an absolute miracle, the Cleveland Browns made the playoffs for the first time since 2002 by beating the Steelers. Yeah.
Wow.
They played, and the way it works is, the way they seed them, they beat the Steelers to get into the playoffs, and they're going to play the Steelers again this weekend as the wild card game. Now, the Browns have not won an NFL championship since 1964 when Jim Brown was their running back, and Jim Brown is now in his 80s. The other AFC teams are the Tennessee Titans. The Kansas City Chiefs are the number one seed, so they're off. The Colts and the Ravens are the other teams from the AFC. And then in the NFC, it's the Packers. They're the number one seed. The Saints, the Bears, backed in. They got beaten badly by the Packers, but someone else lost, so they're in it. The Seahawks, the Rams, Tampa Bay, and again, in another miracle, the Washington football team. The now famous wooden-legged quarterback, Alex Smith, led the Washington football team to a victory over the Eagles last night through 2 touchdown passes, through 2 interceptions as well. I watched the game, and God bless Alex Smith, but he limps through the whole game. He's very slow, and I fear he's going to get hurt really bad by a good team because he's so immobile. But he got him there. He got him into the playoffs with a 7-9 record.
And did I see correctly? The Buffalo Bills scored over 50 points in their game yesterday.
They did.
Running up the score, were they?
Yeah, those are no. You can't run up the score in the pros. I don't think that's possible. They played a really good game, and that Gina is your chief competition for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
In sports deaths, Casey Jones. This is over the break. The Celtics guard from the '60s won many championships with Bill Russell. Passed away. Paul Westphal of the Phoenix Suns. He passed away. Floyd Little, a running back from Syracuse who was an all-pro for the Broncos. He was preceded at Syracuse by Jim Brown and Ernie Davis. And really the one that's most tragic, all those gentlemen were older, is Ty Jordan, 19-year-old Utah running back.
Yeah.
Pac-12 Offensive Freshman of the Year, second team All-Pac-12, accidentally shot himself in the stomach the day after Christmas. And, it's a tragedy. I hate guns. and guns are part of what I do in my real job. And sorry, I know people love guns and they love their Second Amendment, but people don't kill people; guns kill people. So, in college football, Zach Wilson of Corner Canyon High School in Draper and BYU will pass up his senior year and enter the NFL draft. He's projected by self-proclaimed draft expert Mel Kiper to be the 14th best player in the draft and the third best quarterback. He's projected to be a first-round draft choice. So in plain English, Mr. Wilson will be a very wealthy young man very soon, as soon as April.
I don't see why players don't always do that. If you have the opportunity to go into the NFL draft or the NBA or whatever and give up your final year of college, do it.
Bill, maybe they want an education. Maybe that's what it is.
No, I think
you can come back and get your education anytime. I mean, you can go back to college anytime you want and pick up the rest of your music appreciation credits anytime. So
it just seems like that's a no-brainer at all. If they're coming for you, you go.
Well, they get guilt-tripped a lot by alumni. I mean, there are some that stay, and you risk serious injury, something that could, and nobody's going to take care of you after that, but you'll be forgotten pretty soon. So he did the right thing. He finished his career with 7,652 yards passing, 56 touchdowns.
Pretty good.
15 interceptions. Good luck to him. The NCAA championship game is set in one semifinal. Alabama beat Notre Dame 31-14. In the other semifinal, and of course, one of the greatest college football games in the history of college football. The Ohio State University crushed number 2 Clemson 49-28. Justin Fields, who was injured on an illegal hit, had his ribs and back crushed. So a guy who was ejected by the game proceeded to throw for 6 touchdowns. Presumed Heisman Trophy winner, that'll be decided tomorrow, and number 1 overall draft pick Trevor Lawrence from Clemson threw only for 2. We've talked about the $1 million bet. I really wish I knew how much the odds were that he was given. Prior to the game, the Clemson coach had rated Ohio State the 11th best team in the United States, behind Coastal Carolina. And then after the game said, I don't think that provided any motivation for those boys at all. Alabama is an 8-point favorite over Ohio State. Ohio State will win. At least that's what my heart tells me. Finally, we are Knights of the Round Table. Our shows are formidable. But many times we're given rhymes that are quite unsingable. There are 240 days until September, and I'll be seeing you. It's nice to see you again. Love you all.
See you. Thank you.
Love you too. Thank you, Ed.
Okay, take care. Nate.
What? Oh, we lost it.
We lost it.
Oh well. Thank you, Ed. Traffic, Gina, please.
The crash northbound Wasatch Boulevard at 62nd South in Salt Lake. The right lane is blocked there. And I think that's the only incident I have to tell you about. Yes, it is. Do you have any to tell us about? You can text it to us, 33986.
All right, so we'll take a break. We will be back. We are back live here from our basements. You can watch us at x96.com/live if you have a mind to, and listen to us.
We're at the opposite ends of the house, Carrie. You're in the basement. I'm in the attic.
I'm in the middle.
Yeah, there you go.
We're back. We're live. Here we are. And we'll have round 1 of your boners, your first boner of 2021 coming up. Stand by for that. 3, 2, 1. Hoops Vision Correction.
Somebody got creative with this Hoops Vision copy that they've handed me.
What?
Well, listen.
Okay.
Now I've had my eyes fixed at Hoops Vision, so I got rid of glasses and contact lenses. Carrie has done it as well.
Yes, love it.
Family members. But listen to this copy. Life isn't always about the big things. Sometimes the sweet stuff is found in the moments in between. A baby's toothless smile. An invigorating hike in the sunshine. Moments like preparing and enjoying a delicious meal with someone you love. Nice. All of that can be enhanced with better vision from Hoops Vision.
Well, the cooking. Remember, you used to cook and the glasses would fog up because of the
Yep.
steam. Yeah.
Yep. So, Hoops Vision right now, give them a call, make your free, no obligation appointment. 877-30-LASIK is the number to call. That's 877-305-2745, or book it online at hoopsvision.com.
The new X96 app allows
It's often said that the people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day. And today's word is...
Smirnoff. 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 And now, here to use the word in a sentence, LeVar and LeGrand. Let's listen as these two worthy Utah stalwarts.
It says T-O! Two!
I was confused because it wasn't T-W-O.
It says two!
Utah stalwarts engage in some banter that will showcase the Utah word of the day, Smirnoff.
Two is in emphasizing worthy.
Yeah.
It's already gotten off to a great start.
There's two of us. All right. And we are too much.
I begin.
Yes.
Well, LeGrand, we ready for the big tourney tonight? I'm really looking forward to showing them rowdies down to Sweetwater Station what a great team we are.
Well, I know they think just because we don't, that either of us drink. Well, okay. 3-2 only. I don't count that as really drinking, you know. The bartender pours me a small schooner of 3-2 light beer, and I make that last the whole of the night when we're down to the Sweetwater Station throwing darts. And besides, it's only once a month. 12 measly ounces of 3-2 a month, LeVar. That ain't drinking.
I'm just teasing you. Your secret's safe with me. Neither your wife nor your church leaders are going to find out that you're having a little sip of the malt while we're at Sweetwater Station playing darts. And I know the other boys think that we ain't going to do good in the dart tourney because we don't really drink. They think that getting a little snockered loosens them up and they play better. I just can't wait for us to beat them all on Saturday.
Well, that's just it. We ain't gonna beat them. We ain't in the tournament. You know, they use them grease pencils to add the names on the tourney list, and we was on the list, but now we ain't on the list.
Again?
Yep.
That's it. They just don't want us to play. They know we'll beat them like a drum. This is no accident. Someone has taken a thumb to our names, and then they're there on the list, and then they're not. They're smearing off the list.
Oh, are you sure now?
It's only us, my friend. Nobody else's names is being smeared off.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah word of the day.
That was great.
Really? 7:07. We're already late.
Oh, man.
So on Christmas, I told the kids we should watch a movie on Christmas evening because we weren't going to family's house and we weren't doing all the things we normally do. And I said, let's watch the new Wonder Woman movie. And Jonesy said, no, we have to watch a Christmas movie. Let's watch Wonder Woman on a different day.
Isn't that a Christmas movie?
At which point you should have called me, because it takes place during the 4th of July, but at the end they shot an extra piece that was Christmas that made it a Christmas
know that
movie.
until we watched
it
late. We watched Wonder Woman on New Year's Eve, which I'll tell you about. That's a separate story, but and I said, you know what? You kids have never seen Die Hard. Now this is the age-old question.
But you wanted to watch a Christmas movie, didn't you?
Is it a Christmas movie?
No, it's not.
So
I believe the director weighed in and said it was a Christmas movie.
Yeah. And it has been a long time since I've seen Die Hard. It came out in 1988.
And it looks like it, doesn't it? Doesn't it?
And God bless him.
It holds up. Come on, a little.
It's pretty creaky.
A little.
I mean, part of it is just watching movies with kids when the entire movie would not be necessary if there were cell phones. Like, none of this would be a problem.
Well,
if they
and the
had
other thing to
cell phones.
remember when you watch Die Hard, and if it seems creaky, remember, it set the precedent.
Oh, yeah.
Of everything else that was to follow. So, yeah, everything else that was to follow kept ramping it up and ramping it up. So it may seem creaky.
I just remember these scenes where they keep cutting to a limousine driver or something.
Yeah.
And it's just all of this nonsense. I'm just going, why are they doing this?
Argyle, because they have to remind you that he's there.
Argyle is still there.
And it was
pivotal, Bill.
Also, remember, we didn't have as much ADHD back then. We were able to linger on a scene, and it was fine, you know.
But it was so fun to watch with them because, you know, the minute Hans Gruber shows up, and they're all like, hey, it's Snape!
Hello, Mr. Cowboy.
And it little things like there's that scene when Bruce Willis throws the body off the top floor to get their attention.
This is a great movie to watch with children.
Oh, it was wonderful.
Yeah.
And you watch, and it's a long shot of this body, and it's a guy falling off the building. And my son said, is that a real guy jumping off? And you can tell it's a stunt guy that jumped off a building, and they don't see that. All the movies they see now, everything is CG. And they could tell watching that's a real guy jumping off the building.
And this is the thing. We had this discussion for Geek Show about Michelle Yeoh, because we were talking about Star Trek Discovery. And Tony or Rebecca had not known what an ass-kicking actress Michelle Yeoh is.
She still is.
And we're like, you know, yeah, she's amazing, but go back and watch, I think it's Super Cop 3 is the one that she's in with Jackie Chan. And you will see stuntmen getting hurt.
Yeah.
Left and right. And
it doesn't happen.
There's no
anymore.
CG.
Wasn't she in Flying Tiger, Hidden Dragon, or
Crouching Tiger? Yeah.
Yeah, she's great.
But
in
the real, you know, on the ground stuff is in that Jackie Chan Super Cop movie where she does all of her own stunts because they couldn't afford.
To go back to the guy falling off the building in Die Hard, they show him falling for so long that they cut to the limousine driver commenting on it.
He's still falling.
Look at that.
No, and when Jonesy saw Alexander Godunov, Carl,
the ballet dancer,
at the beginning of the show, she's like, he's going to make it to the end, isn't he? And I said, you just wait. So we get all the way to the end, and you think the movie's over, and Bruce Willis and his wife are walking out, and the cop is there, and then you think Carl's dead, but he's not. And Jonesy stood up and started clapping. They loved it. So fun to watch that with.
Doesn't
them.
Alexander Godunov, as a matter of fact, doesn't he get in the limousine and drive off with Argyle?
With Argyle,
yeah,
yes.
He does. Sure.
Still
Come
talking.
On. No hard feelings. Let's go. But go now to Netflix and search The Movies That Made Us, and they'll have hour-long documentaries about a whole bunch of different movies. Die Hard is one of them. And you'll find out about that whole Alan Rickman slowly falling bit.
Mhm.
He was terrified of heights, and so the fear you see on his face is real.
Alan Rickman.
It was so fun watching that with them. Now, coming up, I'll tell you about Wonder Woman.
I'll tell you a movie not to watch quickly. I for some reason, decided to watch this Kristen Stewart movie. It's on Netflix. It's just released this year. I don't know when they made it. It's called Underwater.
Oh, yeah, we made that mistake, too.
It's terrible. It's just terrible.
Not good.
No.
Although I liked her in it. I mean, you know.
Well, yeah, and I mean, there's
the
some
whole
kind
movie,
of
though.
there's some kind of fun special effects, but
Yeah.
it's a movie that's a lot of noise and a lot of special effects based on zero story. No, there is no story. Nothing. Just awful.
All right. However, on the other side of the spectrum, Soul, Pixar.
Oh,
man.
that's
the
movie of.
I said out of the two big movies
Yeah.
that were released on Christmas Day through streaming services, there is one you should watch, and that is Soul.
Mm-hmm.
Really good.
Jonesy said it's the best Pixar movie she's ever seen. She
Oh,
loves
really?
it that. Oh, she loves.
Had she seen
loves
Inside Out?
it. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I would think that would-
she liked Soul better.
Okay. Well, all right. Traffic, Gina, please.
Crash northbound Bangor Highway 25th South in Salt Lake. It is off to the left shoulder. We also have a crash northbound Wall Avenue. This is up in Weber County at 7th Street. And a crash northbound Wasatch Boulevard 62nd South. And what do you see? You can text it to us if you see anything, 33986.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Boners Round 1 coming up. Here are the titles you will be considering. Number 1, Salt Lake Tribune readers make a surprising pick for Utah of the Year, and that's putting it mildly. Boner candidate number 2, an air-powered holiday COVID spreader. And boner candidate number 3, I'm not the one that's crazy, you're the one that's crazy.
All right, so we got round 1 of your boners, big boy news, all coming up after these, X96.
Here at X.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains, the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. Our elders are tracking their way across the cosmos, looking for prospective converts, when suddenly they find themselves aboard the last surviving battlestar, Galactica, where our elders are introduced to Commander Adama.
Quiet, Muffy. They don't look like Cylons.
Welcome. I'm Commander Adama.
Hi, I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen. We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons. Say, you look like that guy from Bonanza.
I am in command of this fleet, and we are searching for the lost tribe of humans and a shining planet called Earth.
What a coincidence! We're from Earth. Would this lost tribe you're looking for just happen to go by the name of Nephites?
No, I don't think so. What can you tell us of Earth?
Well, everybody there is pretty much like us.
Hey, Lehigh, why don't you show them the Saturday's Warrior holographic disc that your mom sent you?
Look, Muffy. They have more teeth than you do.
And you say this pretty well represents Earth?
Well, yeah, I guess so.
Colonel Ty, turn the fleet around and set course for Cylon.
Father, you can't be serious.
Son, if we have to choose between genocide and a life with those Saturday's Warrior people, I'll take my chances with the Cylons.
So, I guess this means that you won't be joining our church then.
Apollo, Starbuck, show these two to a launch bay, and make sure they take that holodisc with them.
Oh, Felger Carb.
Elder Jensen, what's your language?
Fleeing the Lex Diazovedo tyranny, the last Battlestar, Galactica, sets off for a shining planet called Cylon. Join us next time to hear Elder Jensen say,
Hey, do you think that kid knows that his dog is really just a monkey in an orange dog suit?
on the next brain-numbing episode of Space Elders.
All right, 7:19 right now, and it is time for your first round of boner voting for 2021. Here we go. Let's begin with round one of your boner voting. This is 3 news stories. They are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote which of these 3 candidates is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight to possibly become boner of the day. Yes, we're doing the 3-round boner fights again this year. So this is round one.
We didn't change it?
We didn't change it.
Okay.
I thought about it for a second over the holiday, and then I went, no, I'm not working. This is my vacation. I'll worry about it in January. But we're going to do round one now with 3 candidates. You'll pick a winner here. We'll do round 2 at 8:20 with 3 different candidates. We get a winner there. We'll take both of the winners, and then at 9:20, you will decide boner of the day with Boner Fight. All right, so let's do our round 1 voting. Here we go. 3 examples, 3 candidates, 2 now, 1 after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
And I predict that 2021 is the year that you will, at some point, be able to hold in your hot little hand the Radio from Hell Boner T-shirt.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Here's boner candidate number 1. Salt Lake Tribune's readers make a surprising pick for Utah of the Year, and that's putting it mildly.
Yep.
It is so the Salt Lake Tribune on, let's see, when did they put this? They were like the 18th of December, ran this story. Who would you pick for Utah of the Year? In the year of COVID, protests, politics, earthquakes, windstorms, select from the candidates in this reader poll or give us your own nominee. Salt Lake Tribune continuing its annual tradition of choosing Utah of the Year. The person or persons are chosen based on their impact on the state during the year 2020. The Tribune will announce the winner on Christmas Day. But we want to hear from our readers. Pick one of our candidates, presented in alphabetical order, or nominate your own. Here are some of the people they nominated. Mike Brown, Salt Lake City Police Chief. Spencer Cox, Governor-elect. Angela Dunn,
Ding, ding, ding.
State epidemiologist. The Kingsbury Hall fly.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, that's
But it's not a person.
That's true.
I think they ought to, if it's Person of the Year,
It's
it ought to be
Utah of the Year. So
Utah of the Year, but it ought to be a person. They nominate people, all kinds of people, and then they also nominated Eric Moutsos, the former Salt Lake City police officer, and his group, Utah Business Revival, led the contrarian charge against public health efforts to control COVID, including hosting a no-distancing country music concert that had to move twice before finding a home in Iron County. I'll remind you that Eric Moutsos was he was a former Salt Lake City police officer who objected to riding at the head of a gay pride parade, and that was his assignment by I think it was who was the chief at the time, Burbank, Chris Burbank. He said, "I'm not going to be involved in the gay pride parade," and he was suddenly no longer a Salt Lake City police officer. Eric Moutsos was also the guy who published Angela Dunn's home address so that people could go protest at her house.
Yeah.
And Eric Moutsos is the person who was selected as Person of the Year in the Salt Lake Tribune.
Because he made a he's got a huge Facebook following, and he made a huge Facebook plea to his Facebook followers.
I would just remind you, these kind of polls, easily manipulated, I know, because I've done it.
We do it all the time.
I point to you as Shannon Barneson beating Orrin Hatch for worst Utah in the City Weekly poll, all right?
But we would like to, I know we can't officially correct it, but I think our listeners would say...
Angela Dunn came in a distant second.
Well, she because she's busy working and doesn't have time to rally her Facebook troop to vote for this. That's why. She's busy doing her job.
Really disgusting. Boner candidate number 1. All right, here's Boner candidate number 2. There it is. An air-powered holiday COVID spreader. A fan-equipped inflatable costume being worn by a staff member at Kaiser Permanente Medical Center on Christmas to spread holiday cheer may be to blame for a coronavirus outbreak that infected dozens of people at the hospital. An employee who wore the costume just briefly, in the emergency department at Kaiser Permanente. The hospital began an investigation after 44 staff members tested positive for the coronavirus between December 27th and Friday. Inflatable costumes are usually powered by a battery-operated fan that sucks air into the suit, helping it keep its shape. You see it, T-Rex ones and sumo wrestler ones. Yeah. Those are among the more popular. Some costumes cover the wearer's face, while others leave it exposed. A spokesperson for the hospital declined to say exactly what kind of an air-powered costume the hospital employee wore, but she described it as holiday-themed. As part of its response to the outbreak, she said the hospital was looking into whether the costume, which did have a fan, was a contributing factor to spreading coronavirus. It seems to me it was probably the reason 44 people are infected. Boner candidate number 2, an air-powered holiday COVID spreader. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. I'm not the one that's crazy. You're the one that's crazy.
All right.
Driving me crazy.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 1. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
Check out Haster Games year-end clearance sale. Save big on board games, Magic, Dungeons & Dragons, and Pokemon. Don't miss the year-end clearance sale now at Haster Games. Shop online at hastergames.com or visit the store 6831 South State.
You know, we give people a hard time over the dumbest things sometimes. Blake Shelton. I'm no huge fan of Blake Shelton. But, you know, is facing backlash for debuting a song titled Minimum Wage. The Voice Coach debuted the new single on NBC's New Year's Eve television special alongside Carson Daly to help ring in 2021. The country singer told the host that his fiancée, Gwen Stefani, had helped get her brother Todd to direct the video for the song. The song has to do with his love for Gwen Stefani, how much he loves her, and it contains a lyric in the chorus that has upset many people. The lyric is, "Girl, your love can make a man feel rich on minimum wage."
Okay.
People are coming down on him for that. Given the fact that the coronavirus pandemic has caused many businesses to shut down and put countless Americans out of work, people were quick to take to Twitter to give him a hard time for releasing a song they said was tone deaf given the current climate. One line. "Girl, you can make a man feel rich on minimum wage." How dare you, Blake Shelton? How dare you?
He sounds an awful lot like a coastal elite.
I just don't know.
He's been hanging out with that Hollywood crowd too much.
He's been hanging out with that Gwen Stefani too long. California, funeral homes are filling up. As a matter of fact, funeral homes no longer have any space in
They're
them.
turning people away, which I don't know what do you...
Communities across
do?
the country, well, you just bury them in the backyard. That's the only choice you have, right? The communities across the country feeling the pain of a surge in coronavirus cases. Funeral homes in Southern California say they are turning away grieving families because they've run out of space. The bodies are piling up. The head of the State Funeral Directors Association says mortuaries are being inundated as the United States nears the grim tally of 350,000 COVID-19 deaths. In the meantime, the current president of the United States is calling election officials in Georgia to try and get them to overturn the vote there.
A vote
What's
that's
wrong?
been recounted 3 times.
What is wrong with these people? And again, I believe Trump is scheduled to go to Georgia today to try and help swing the runoff election in favor of the 2 Republicans who are running.
Which is tomorrow is their election
Yeah,
for that.
I think he's scheduled to go down there today and campaign for them. Governor-elect Spencer Cox and Lieutenant Governor-elect Deidre Henderson began their inaugural events by volunteering at the Utah Food Bank in the Southern Utah Distribution Center for the food bank. Henderson and the Cox families sorted food donated at the center on Saturday afternoon. Separately, in order to comply with COVID-19 restrictions, Cox and his family sorted donations from 12 to 1, and the Henderson family sorted from 1 to 2, according to a news release. Service is a core value for us, and we know that there are many Utahns struggling with food insecurity right now. We encourage all Utahns to donate what they can to the food bank and help those who need our support. Now, there's a picture in today's Salt Lake Tribune, and it's Spencer Cox and I believe his wife, and they're putting a young woman in a big box of food. I don't know. I guess this is going to a cannibal family somewhere. There's
Cannibals are hungry too, Bill. Come on.
It's a picture of Abby and Spencer, and it's probably their daughter, and they're lifting her up and putting her in a big box of food for some reason. I don't. We were talking about Georgia a second ago about the runoff election. The Democratic hopefuls there are the Reverend Raphael Warnock and John Ossoff, and they are going against 2 Republican challengers, and it's going to be close.
Mm-hmm.
Warnock, I believe, is isn't he the head of the Ebenezer church that Martin Luther King was the? And I don't know much about the other guy, John Ossoff. They're going up against Kelly Loeffler, who's a despicable human being, and
Purdue.
Yeah.
Who was photographed doing the white power sign.
Yeah. Yep. Posing with a white supremacist. She's been touring with a Klan member. They both knew about COVID, didn't tell anybody, and altered their stock portfolio to reflect that.
Martha Stewart went to prison for less than what
they did. Yes.
Yeah. So it'll be close, but Georgia is. I think maybe they're going to step up and elect at least one Democrat out of those two.
I hope.
Let's see. Carl Bernstein has weighed in on Donald Trump calling the Attorney General of Georgia. Carl Bernstein said that this phone call with Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger is criminal. It is worse than anything Richard Nixon ever did.
Oh, how would he know?
Carl Bernstein said. CNN's Frederick Whitfield spoke to Bernstein on Sunday in the midst of wall-to-wall coverage on Trump's phone call, and where Trump pressured the Attorney General to help him overturn the state's results from the 2020 election. When asked if this reminded him of breaking the Watergate scandal, Bernstein said, This is way worse than Watergate. Are you kidding me? We have both a criminal president of the United States and a subversive president of the United States at the same time in this one person, subverting the very basis of our democracy and willing to act criminally in that subversion. Bernstein called the audio of the phone call the ultimate smoking gun tape and proof of Trump's attempts to undermine the electoral system and illegally, improperly, and immorally trying to instigate a coup. Kerry, you said you listened to the whole thing.
Yeah.
I am unclear as to. So I assume this Attorney General in Florida taped it.
Yeah.
Is he the one who also released it?
I believe so. Yes, because he was going to. I thought I read that he taped it. He knew that Trump was going to lie about it. And he said, I'm only going to release this if Trump lies about it. And, of course, Trump can't do anything but lie about anything. And so that's when they released the tape.
That's fascinating.
Because Trump tweeted, because what happened was Trump tweeted about their conversation, and then the Secretary of State tweeted in response to it saying, that's a lie. That is not what happened, and here is what happened.
What did Trump tweet? Had a nice conversation about the election and...
Oh, no.
What did he tweet?
Oh, you're going to make me find it. It was more like the Secretary of State refuses to look at...
even though I presented him with tons of evidence, he refuses to, he's incompetent and stupid and should be voted out, that kind of thing,
Well, there you go. His lawyer, Ed Brass, just texted me and says his lawyer weighed in on the decision as well. I assume he means the Attorney General's
lawyer. Yeah, I think he was there. Yeah. But somewhere, the ghost of Richard Nixon is like, finally, I'm not the worst. Finally.
And a Harvard professor, Abraham Loeb, says that we have been visited by aliens. It happened in 2017. He knows for a fact, and more are coming.
All right.
He says there was a space object in 2017, and I think remember this. It was that cigar-shaped. They said it was probably an asteroid, pronounced Oumuamua, which is Hawaiian for scout. Well, he says it was a scout from another universe. And so we got aliens on the way.
And as with everything in the past 4 years, the aliens showed up, looked at us, and contemplated making contact, and then went, "No, we're good. It's fine.
And
you be you."
Here, let me give you this tweet real quick since I found it.
Right.
Donald Trump said, I spoke to Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger yesterday about the Fulton County voter fraud in Georgia. He was unwilling to answer questions such as ballots under the table scam, ballot destruction, out-of-state votes, dead voters, and more. He has no clue.
And that's not
And
the
his
case at all.
response was...
He answered all of that.
his response was, respectfully, President Trump, what you're saying is not true, and the truth will come out.
Yeah.
And now it has.
Yeah.
And he lied about everything. Weather, traffic.
Oh, let's see. So really warm today, warmer than it's been in several weeks. 46 for a high today, which means when the storm starts, it will be rain falling in January in Utah. That could change over to snow overnight, and in the mountains it will be snow, of course. Overnight low of 32. Next chance for some snow will be Thursday. That day, it looks like it's only going to be about a 30% chance. Traffic has been fairly light this morning. Crash Redwood Road, 15th South in Salt Lake. Also crash northbound Bangor Highway at 25th South in Salt Lake. And what do you see? If you see something that needs to be passed along, you can always text it in, 33986.
All right.
Here's boner candidate number 3. I'm not crazy. You're the one that's crazy. So there are reports that Donald Trump is very angry at Mike Pence for not fully supporting his attempts to overturn the election. President Trump is apparently furious at Vice President Pence and other top White House officials who are not joining his attempts to overturn the election. Now, they're not trying to stop him, but they're not supporting him.
Yeah, let's not give him points yet.
The way he thinks they should. Well, L. Lynn Wood, a conservative attorney and Trump ally, has rejected questions about his sanity after he tweeted that Vice President Mike Pence should face a firing squad.
I know that's the title of this boner, but he's nuts.
He has litigated numerous failed attempts to overturn the result of the 2020 election. He posted a Twitter thread on Friday. He wrote about how those who believe the election was stolen have focused on Democrats, the CIA, and globalists. Well, one of the main participants is Vice President Pence, and he should face a firing squad.
And Lynn, this guy Lynn, he kept going. He just kept going, and he just deranged stuff.
John Roberts is a
John Roberts, Chief Justice
and,
John Roberts, Mitch McConnell should put them all in front of a firing squad.
And then he stepped it up later in the day with, here's how it works. They get you on camera and they force you to rape a child and then shoot it. And that's how they have leverage over you.
This is a person that is in the president's inner circle.
In the White House, yes. Mm-hmm. And that's how they get leverage over you. And they have that on John Roberts, and they have that on everybody, and that's why they're doing this.
They have that blackmail,
Yeah.
That's boner candidate number 3. I'm not crazy. You're the one that's crazy.
All right. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. Salt Lake Tribune doing this Best Utah poll, and because it was, padded by Mustos, he won. Angela Dunn coming in a distant second. Boner candidate number 2, an air-powered holiday COVID spreader, an inflatable costume behind an outbreak at a California hospital. And boner candidate number 3, I'm not crazy, you're the one that's crazy.
Okay. Here we go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst of these 3, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight to possibly become Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it's not Boner of the Day yet. As in 2020, so be 2021. It goes like this. We get a winner for this round. We send it forward. Round 2 comes up at 8:20. We get 3 more, 3 different candidates. And then we send the winner of that voting forward as well to 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens, and that's when you really decide Boner of the Day. Right now, you're just picking your champion for round 1, so choose wisely. Here we go. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. And put that single digit in the message of a text. Text that to 33986. Easy. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Or you can vote online. Just go to x96.com, look for the box that says Boner Voting January 4, 2020. And you can vote there. So 3 ways to vote. I just need 11,780 votes. That's all I need. All right, time for round 1. Here you go, X96.
And now it's time for another edition of Ned Hastings, Smoking Psychotherapist, brought to you by Iger Brothers Chain Link. Whatever your chain link need, be it fences, neck ornaments, or medieval armor, call Iger Brothers. We've been linking you up with the finest chain link products for over 30 years. And now Ned Hastings, Smoking Psychotherapist.
Ladies and gentlemen, order. Order, please. It's time to get this committee meeting underway. The Utah State Legislature has impaneled this panel to look into Utah's new law prohibiting cigarette smoking in all public places. We'll be hearing from a series of expert witnesses today. The first person to testify is a psychotherapist named Ned Hastings. Sergeant at Arms, could you call Mr. Hastings to the committee room, please? Mr. Hastings, Ned Hastings, please come into the committee room. Mr. Hastings, thank you for being with us today. May I say that it's an unusual contraption that you're wearing. It looks like, well, it looks like a spacesuit.
Close, but no cigarette, Mr. Chairman. It works on the same principle as a spacesuit, and it was developed by NASA, but this is my patented Ned Hastings smoke suit. The backpack portion recycles fine, rich Turkish tobacco instead of fresh air. The bubble headgear captures every bit of smoke. None escapes into the outer atmosphere, thereby allowing me to roam freely through Utah's smoke-free environment.
Well, I'm not sure that this is allowable. You may be breaking a Utah law.
Oh, but I'm willing to take that risk for the sake of sweet, sweet tobacco.
Mr. Hastings, I'm having a hard time seeing your face through the bubble.
Oh, yes. I'm still working on a system to clear the tar and nicotine resins from the inner surface. I have a devil of a time behind the wheel of my sporty car.
Oh, yes. Mr. Hastings, you've been called before this panel as an expert witness. You are a psychotherapist, are you not?
I am.
And what is your expert view of the new Utah Clean Air Act?
I feel that it is an abomination before God and man. Not only does the law discourage people from finding good mental health by becoming new smokers, it is causing those existing smokers who have achieved some measure of mental stability to become unhinged. If this law stays in effect, I am anticipating a rash of crimes the like of which you little people have never...
My God, his suit's sprung a leak!
Filthy tobacco smoke is leaking into the hollow chamber. Evacuate this building immediately!
Oh, no. If tobacco smoke is leaking out, that means that fresh air is getting in. Must reach the cigarettes in car. Holy shit!
Will Ned make it to his cigarettes in time? Join us next as Iger Brothers Chain Link presents another in the continuing adventures of Ned Hastings, Smoking Psychotherapist.
And round one of the boner voting is brought to you in part by grilled chicken and rice and vegetables.
And make sure your furnace is and stays ready for winter. Scott Hale is offering a furnace tune-up for just $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
I want to thank whoever it was in the producer's booth. I'm thinking maybe it was Miriam, or maybe it's both Skip and Miriam, who wished me a Happy New Year as they texted me the results of the boner voting. And thank you very much. So we had boner candidate number one, Salt Lake Tribune readers making a surprising pick for Utah of the Year, and that's putting it mildly. They picked Eric Moutsos. I would say it's not really the Salt Lake Tribune readers who did that. It was Eric Moutsos' social media followers who he rallied to vote for him. Angela Dunn, that awful human being Angela Dunn, came in a distant second. She can't possibly compare to what a great person Eric Moutsos is. Then there was number two, an air-powered holiday COVID spreader. Some moron in a hospital emergency room in California wearing one of those air-powered, fan-powered costumes and ended up spreading COVID to 44 people were infected. And boner candidate number three, I'm not the one that's crazy, you're the one that's crazy, this pro-Trump lawyer, Lynn Wood, insisting he's not insane when he suggests that Vice President Mike Pence should face a firing squad.
Well, and not to mention the Lizard Society.
Yeah, all of
yeah, that's real.
It's all in those Twitters.
Milo won a boner T-shirt, or the promise of one at least, and the winner ended up being number three, I'm not the one that's crazy, you're the one that's crazy.
That was a hard round. Those are all good candidates.
All good.
Next round is very similar.
All right, then. This one moves forward to Boner Fight. It might be Boner of the Day. We got round two at 8:20. Get a winner there. And Moustos is a little sad he didn't win this round, actually. He likes the attention.
Sure.
He should have rallied his supporters.
Exactly. And then at 9:20 this morning, we'll get Boner Fight, and we'll get a winner of Boner of the Day there proper.
Did you get any good Christmas presents?
Well, I was just looking over my list of Christmas stories to tell you guys about, and since you brought up Christmas presents, I'll pick that one. So my mother, the Sainted Mary Claire, called me on Christmas Eve, and she said, because she's sad because we're not doing all our regular tradition stuff, and she wants to make sure the traditions continue, and she said to me, do you get your kids new Christmas jammies? Because, of course, you get new Christmas jammies. And she said, do you get new Christmas jammies? And I said, I used to do that for me and for Joe, but Joe doesn't really like jammies, and so I just have sort of stopped doing...
He's an old T-shirt and a pair of boxer shorts guy, right?
Kind of a monster, doesn't like jammies.
I'm kind of a...
He's not a jammy person.
Yeah, I'm not either.
I bought him jammies for years, and he would wear them on Christmas morning and never wear them again, and so I just sort of stopped doing it for us. Well, Mary Claire was having none of that.
I'll tell you how you should live your life.
On Christmas Eve. So she comes over and brings a bag. She went shopping. My mother has not been in a store in 10 months. She did all of her Christmas shopping online, but she could not stand for me not having Christmas jammies. What? So she dragged...
She's got a screw loose.
She dragged Daddy Gary to Old Navy and thought, I'll run into Old Navy. Now, Old Navy on Christmas Eve, there's no clothes left at Old Navy on Christmas Eve.
Probably not.
So she bought me some sweatpants and a black T-shirt, and the only black T-shirt she could find there was in the petite section.
Well,
what?
But it was an extra large petite, so she thought it would probably fit me. She was so... This is how motivated she was.
No, this is how crazy she is.
like, Mom, I have pajamas. I don't need
Has she
Christmas
talked about
jammies.
the lizard people at all?
She could not go to sleep on Christmas Eve knowing that I did not have new jammies to wear, and I feel terrible that she felt like she needed to go into a store for the first time in 10 months.
You are not responsible for your mother's mental health.
So I've asked this of both Skip and Miriam today, but what was your guys' favorite gifts?
I did terrible at Christmas this year. I didn't get anybody anything good. I just was bad. But I got some nice stuff. My wife got me these T-shirts. There's a place in Ogden called Ogden Tees, and what they've done is they've taken famous Ogden landmarks and put them on T-shirts. And so I have like the Star Noodle Dragon
Oh, cool.
on a T-shirt. And then, remember the kind of Happy Buddha on China Night, that guy?
Yeah.
On a T-shirt.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, and she got me a coffee mug, I think from the same place, that says on it, wake up, Ogden, and smell the dog food.
Ooh, those are all good.
Coffee mug, which I like.
Even better.
I'll bring it tomorrow and show it to you.
I guess I could bring mine from downstairs. Sue didn't know it, but she got me for Christmas a set of retro action figures that I ordered in September, and they arrived just in time
for her to give them to you.
And I said, "Here, take credit for these." And she said, I don't. We didn't gift at all.
Mm-mm. Oh, really?
No, just stayed home. I mean, we didn't do a damn thing.
I got the Barack Obama book.
I saw that, yeah.
And the Matthew McConaughey signed copy of the Matthew McConaughey book.
Now, Gina, signed copy.
Did you sign it yourself? Or?
With your history of faking autographs,
There's a sticker on it that says it's a signed copy. It's official. I don't think the King's English would lie about such things.
I understand that Barack Obama book is really good for to hold doors open. It's good. It's a good doorstop, right?
Is it hefty?
Yeah.
It's a big book, and it's one of two. There's going to be another one.
Really?
So that'll be my Christmas gift next year.
Because he's in his late 50s, so.
I'll just wait for the movie. Yeah.
But the best gift I got.
Much to read.
So Festus, and I have lots of Festus Christmas stories that we can tell later.
Mm-hmm.
But he brought. So he's at A school for the Navy in Texas. He brought this whiskey from Texas, which is a whiskey that I fell in love with a long time ago and you can't buy here. And he didn't know that I fell in love with it. He just picked it because he likes it.
What whiskey
it was
is
like It was like this magical confluence of events that
It's
brought
called
this
Kismet,
whiskey.
Gina. Kismet, that's what that
Kismet
is.
whiskey? Is that the name of it?
So that was the best gift.
No, what's the name of the whiskey?
Yeah, what is the whiskey? What is it?
It's just TX whiskey.
Oh,
I'll go
okay.
get it and I can show you in the next
Please.
break.
I got
But
some
he-
nice Japanese whiskey as a gift. But
You know, Gina, Russia has a missile that is capable of destroying Texas.
so
Well,
maybe
not-
that's the
if
last
it
of your.
can wait till Festus is gone from there, that would be.
I got a Roomba. That was probably my top favorite. And,
Oh, sure.
and house slippers. I was really excited about house slippers, to be
Yeah,
honest.
a Roomba. Let the robots into your house. Go ahead.
I named him Mo after the cleaning robot in WALL-E. I was proud of that one.
So Joe got a Roomba. That was his big Christmas gift
Yeah.
that he
Mm-hmm.
wanted, and we haven't named it yet. How do you?
So I was either going R2-D2, BB-8, and then I was like, no, WALL-E. And then I was like, no, even better, the cleaning robot from WALL-E.
I just named mine Paulie because Roomba sounds like a gangster name. So his name is Paulie Roomba.
Carrie, you just had Wally within arm's length of you.
I've got a pile of action figures over here at an arm's length in case I need them.
WALL-E's definitely one of my
X96.
favorites.
X96.com/live.
You will enjoy. Joe will enjoy the Roomba. It's actually quite an amazing cleaning device.
It
He
is.
was excited about it for sure.
I also got a new backpack for work, so I was really excited about that.
Did you get your husband the Roomba, or did he get it for himself?
No, he got it from that was Muhammad's gift to him was the Roomba.
Nice. All right. Well, we will take a break. We will be back. Bill Frost telling us what's on TV for the new year. after these. Round 2 of your boners coming up as well. Stand by. KXRK Provo.
Has evolved to the point where
Is it chilly weather yet?
I think
You want to eat chili?
Well, see, I had a little argument with my wife, and I just wanted to clear this up. I know it's September.
Yeah. I don't think it's quite chilly weather yet.
Well, but
it's going to be like almost 90 today.
Some friends of ours, our friends the Duncans, Linda had some surgery, so we made dinner for them. And my wife said to me a couple of days before, will you make dinner for the Duncans? And I said, yeah, sure. And I said, well, I said, what should I make? Maybe I'll make lasagna. And then I thought, no. Dave's from an Italian family. He grew up eating Italian food, and his mother cooks Italian. I'm not going to make lasagna. I know, a big pot of chili. I'll make a big pot of chili. So I have all this planned, and then the day before yesterday, I said, well, I'm going to make that chili for the Duncans tomorrow. My wife said, well, chili?
It's hot.
It's not chilly weather.
It's not chilly weather. She's right.
I thought of chili when it was rain. It was rainy last week, and it was kind of rainy and drizzly. And I said chili, and then she said, "Well, it's not chilly weather." And I thought, "Come now, wait a minute though. I like a good bowl of chili anytime."
Chili is
Here's why. Actually, hot weather is chilly weather.
Yeah.
Why is it that in the Latin American countries, that's where all the spicy food is?
Yeah.
It's because it's so hot, they want to sweat so that it cools them down. So make it spicy, and it's chilly weather.
Yeah. I just don't. I just don't understand why there has to be a certain weather for certain food.
No, it's like
if
Joe,
it's good chili.
Joe makes
anytime.
these stews, but he can only do it like in the fall and the winter. Like
But that's
having
mainly because he has clients in town.
No, but like you don't have stew in July.
Sure you do.
Stew is a cold weather.
That's true. We make chicken noodle soup, and
You don't ever
and
do
we
it in
only
the
do
summer.
that when it starts to get cold.
But you can do it.
But I think that you could, and again with the spicy, that's what I think.
Well, that's fine. You guys go ahead. You guys go ahead and pigeonhole yourselves. I'm going to be the guy who has grilled cheese and tomato soup any day of the week.
When it's 100 degrees
No, I
outside,
had
grilled
that a few
cheese
weeks
and-
ago. I had that a few weeks ago because we had tomatoes from Dad's garden, and we had too many.
So you made tomato soup?
So Sue made tomato soup, and we had grilled cheese.
By the way, you can always bring me more tomatoes.
Oh, okay. Smoked Gouda,
Yeah.
grilled cheese.
Yeah.
Awesome. Gouda.
So that's I'm going to be the guy because I like a good
You
bowl
break
of
the
chili.
rules there,
Anytime.
Fred.
Stu, you have Joe next summer.
Okay.
Right.
Have Joe make me a stew.
We'll have you over for stew.
Oh, I'm telling
I'm
you.
not following society's rules.
I'm not putting up with that chilly weather.
That's right.
I'm going to eat chili anytime I want.
Don't try to tell me.
Sometimes I felt a little tied down by a mortgage, kids. I felt tied down
you're
by.
pushing back.
That's it, baby.
Push back.
That's it.
Take that.
No more crap for me. I'm eating chili in the summer.
Take that, society.
In your face, man.
Always being held down by the man.
That's it. All right. Chili for me.
That's right.
Thank
Don't
you.
chain me down with your manners.
Exactly.
Need the full version of that. That's the only part of it I can find. If they went that far, I'm sure they did the whole version. All right, let's see. We do have round 2 of your boners coming up. Stand by for that. And if you go to x96.com/live, you can see us broadcasting from our homes. This will continue for the foreseeable future.
Get comfortable.
I'm thinking at least 6 more months.
This is week 40.
Yeah. We're going to continue doing our shows from home, and who knows, maybe we'll get back in the studio, and I'll have to learn how to run the board again.
Katie's been doing a great job.
She's been doing a great job. All right, let's see. Yeah, x96.com/live. You can see us in our homes and listen to us there. It's time for Bill Frost talking about TV. He's brought to you.
Yeah, it's the only thing that's sponsored today is Bill Frost segment. Don't settle for lame TV and slow internet. Let CableTV.com guide you to the best cable, satellite streaming, and internet services near you. Visit CableTV.com today.
And here he is, Mr. William Frost. Bill Frost, that is. He is the writer for Slug Magazine. He does a column called Content Shifter, which is about media in general and TV specifically. He does a podcast called TV Tan, and he's in a band called Magna Vega. And where can you find all of that stuff and more, Bill?
At billfrost.tv.
Okay. So, you should have warned me, by the way, to not watch that Kristen Stewart movie on Netflix.
That came out, I think that came out very early this year.
Yeah.
Or in 2020. I'd forgotten about that. I did see it when it came out, and I should have warned everybody about it, actually.
But anyway, what's happening now on TV?
Today is the debut of a very significant new streaming service. I know they drop all the time, but this could be the one to definitely almost kill cable. The new Discovery Plus streaming service, which is no, wait.
No,
I know.
It's got everything.
No, I read what's on it. Yeah.
It includes old shows from the Discovery Channel as well as HGTV, Food Network, TLC, Investigation Discovery, Travel Channel, Animal Planet, OWN. That's a lot of content that a lot of people watch, and I've been following the commentary on various TV nerd Reddit boards saying, if I just have this, I don't need cable anymore because those are the shows I watch. Your House Hunter shows and your Food Network.
That means I can watch the Property Brothers anytime it's on all the time. I can watch it anytime I want.
That's true, yes. So it's like $5 a month with ads or $7 a month without ads. And that's going to be, they're dropping like 50 original to the app shows today. And they're going to premiere like over 1,000 hours of new content over the new year. So there's another thing you can pay for to stream into your eyeballs.
He just said
$5 a month. Yeah, $5 with ads or $7 without. Not too expensive.
That's not horrible, no.
Yeah. I don't know. Then they're going to start doing. You know what's going to happen is we're going to. So they'll start doing their own original programming and series and things like that, and they'll move into doing like dramas and comedies, and we're going to run out of content providers pretty soon. You know what I mean? There are so many outlets clamoring for stuff that we're just going to run out of people to do them.
Yeah, this Discovery is mostly reality stuff. So as Patton Oswalt said, like, what was it, 15 years or so ago on a special, like that nothing on the horizon. They filmed all the reality. There's none left.
There's no reality left.
No reality.
Well, you believe it if you watch the Housewives of Salt Lake. There's no reality there.
Yeah. Exactly. Also, here's something you might like, though. On HBO and HBO Max today, a new Spanish series, 30 Coins. It's a supernatural series.
I read about this.
Yes.
Sounds really good.
Yeah. The guy who made it, Alex de la Iglesia, I'm sure I murdered that, but he's very renowned. And, this looks pretty intense. If you go to x96.com, the trailer looks great.
Mm-hmm.
It is subtitled though, so you're gonna have to read.
They describe one of the episodes as, and maybe it's the first one. It's a cow gives birth to a human woman.
There you go.
And I went, I'm intrigued.
Okay.
Yeah. Coming up tomorrow on Tuesday, Netflix, you've probably heard about this. Nicolas Cage hosts A History of Swear Words, a 6-part series.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And also the season 2 premiere of Zoe's Extraordinary Playlist on NBC. It's musical. It's got Gene Levy.
Oh, yeah.
People,
right.
cult following on this one. And Thursday, Michael Chiklis is back on your TV with a CBS All Access series called Coyote, where he plays a border agent who's been on the force for 32 years, and then he's confronted with a cartel boss who got something over on him. Is like, okay, you're going to work for me now. So he's working the other side.
I hope they have plenty of scenery for him to chew.
Yes.
Oh,
I was going to say this is a typical Michael Chiklis cop role, except he's on the border. You know, it's Michael Chiklis on the border essentially. All right.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to rival The Shield, but it sounds pretty close to what they were doing there.
Yeah.
And also, Ted Danson has a new thing on Thursday, Mr. Mayor on NBC.
That's right. Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, also starring Holly Hunter and Bobby Moynihan.
Wow.
He's a retired businessman who, for the hell of it, he decides, I'm going to run to be the mayor of Los Angeles. Then he gets the job, and he's like, oh, what do I do now? And so he
that
brings
happens
on
in real
Holly
life
Hunter.
too.
Yes.
Yep.
So Holly Hunter is the person who knows what's going on in government, and Ted Danson is like just there for the ride.
I see.
Comedy, no laugh track, so that's a plus.
That's another reason I'll give it a try. And that and Holly Hunter and Bobby Moynihan.
Yes. On Friday, season 2 of Dickinson drops on Apple TV Plus, starring Haley Steinfeld. This is one of Apple TV Plus's biggest hits about young Emily Dickinson, and it's I'm sure it's not close to the truth at all of what happened with Emily Dickinson. It's more like the CW's version. And also on Friday, on Sundance Now and Shudder, season 2 of a underground hit from Britain called A Discovery of Witches, set in the 1500s, and it's a supernatural thing, and stars people from Downton Abbey and Alex Kingston from Doctor Who is in this, and it's people from Game of Thrones, and it's a huge hit. Well, for Sundance Now and Shudder anyway, it's huge as you can possibly get on there. And Sunday, Tiger Woods documentary on HBO and HBO Max.
Okay.
Is it a real documentary? Are we going to hear about all the sordid stuff?
Yes, we are.
Good.
Tiger's involved. Yeah, it's not one of those unauthorized things. It's for real.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's it for new stuff this week. I was trying to think of something that premiered. Last night. Well, actually, no, it was on, I believe it was on Friday, the new season of Cobra Kai. They dropped it early on Netflix.
People who are fond of the Karate Kid movies are really digging it. And it's like I was telling Sue, she goes, I think I may want to watch that. And I said, I've never seen the Karate Kid movies. Go right ahead. Just enjoy. Of course, you got your Star Trek. Yeah, you got your Star Trek Discovery Season 3 finally on Thursday.
Yes.
That happens. I spent most of my time over the holidays just catching up on shows, like Titans. I finished that, and I got a problem with that one, but I don't want to talk about it on the air because it'll spoil it. I rewatched Harvey Birdman. I mean, this will give you an insight into what I did.
Wow.
On Christmas.
You had a lot of time, Carrie.
All the episodes. I started in on C-Lab 2021 because it's 2021 now.
Oh, yes.
Succession, I'm getting caught up. But I'm late to the party for the Queen's Gambit. Who everybody told me, says you don't even have to understand chess to enjoy the show. I get that, yeah, but I enjoyed it more because I do understand chess. And this I forgot her name now, the actress, the lead, I always, when I see somebody that I like acting, I think to myself, how can I put them in a Marvel movie?
And where would you cast her?
Well, we already have a Mantis.
Somebody said that she's in the New Mutants movie. She's already in a Marvel movie. But then I got thinking, now she needs to be the Invisible Woman in the Fantastic Four. But that's just me.
No, she needs to be in a good Marvel movie, not the New Mutants.
Yes, true. Yes, true. All right. Is that everything, Mr. Frost?
Yeah, I should mention I rewatched Eagle Heart, so you're not alone in your Adult Swim binge.
What is Eagle Heart?
It's it's if you put what's his name, Chris
Elliott.
If you put Chris Elliott in the part of like Walker, Texas Ranger.
Okay.
It's ridiculous.
It's really silly, but you might enjoy.
And I rewatched the whole thing.
See, that's the thing about the HBO Max settings. You go all the way to the bottom of the preview screen, and there are sections there, and there's an Adult Swim section. And so I've been going in there going, oh, yes. Oh,
I forgot about the...
Yeah. All right. Oh, thank you, Bill Frost.
Thanks.
All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
The traction law has been lifted in Big Cottonwood Canyon, and road conditions have improved. So watch for areas of patchy ice and be prepared for showers this evening. There'll be rain showers down here in the valley, but up in the canyons you'll see some snow, so that could affect your commute if the canyon is part of it. That's it. I've got no other accidents to tell you about. Maybe you're seeing something you want to share with friends of the program. You can text it to us, 33986.
Let's see, we've got bonus round 2 coming up. Here are the candidates you'll be considering. Number 1, Party Down with Vanilla Ice and What's Left of the Beach Boys. Voter candidate number 2, Poison Your Way to Good Health with the Combo Cleanse. And number 3, Don't Listen to Science, Listen to the Money.
All right, boner candidate round 2, boners, 3 boner candidates for round 2. We're going to get a winner there. Send one forward to Boner Fight. We'll do that at 9:20 this morning. So we got your news and boners right after these. Stand by. Gina, Josh Stern, of course. Now, if I wanted to leave the state quickly.
Yes. Something wrong, Carrie?
Nothing I want to talk about. But okay. Josh Stern's home apparently are selling in 28 days and for 4% more money.
Yeah, now that's just, your traditional way of going about selling your home. If you really want to get out of town in a hurry, Carrie, there's an even faster way to do it with Josh.
How that?
He can make you an instant cash offer on your home. No showings, no repairs, no hassle. Cash money to get me out of my house right now. That's an option with Josh Stern because he has a list of buyers ready and waiting for a home just like yours just now. Now, he's a friend of the program. He's been a listener for a long, long time, and he's been helping friends of the program sell their homes and buy homes, too. A couple different ways you can get a hold of him. You can go to his website, sternteam.com, or you can always give him a call, 801-444-9100.
The new X96 app allows...
Thanks a lot for answering our ad. Look, we've got a lot of other people to interview, so we'll just let you know, okay? Loser.
God, what a bunch of no-loads. I mean, we haven't had one single applicant that I'd even consider hiring. Why are they so bad?
I just think it shows you the quality of people who read the paper.
Yeah.
Losers, all of them.
I don't know. Maybe it's the way the ad is worded. How does it read?
I think I wrote it just the way we talked about. Look, here it is.
Okay.
Oh, listen. We need a new stalker. Do you think you have what it takes? If so, apply in person to Kerry and Bill, the Radio from Hell guys at X96. Previous stalking experience is not required. We will train. X96 is an equal opportunity employer.
That's pretty straightforward. I guess I'm just getting discouraged. I don't think we're ever going to find anybody to replace the old guy.
Well, now, we both agreed that no matter how much we liked him, it would just be stupid of us to wait for him to get out.
Oh, all right.
We're just going to have to keep looking.
Okay. Lori, send in the next applicant, please.
Oh, hello, boys.
Hello, Chunga. Send in the next applicant, will you? We're in a hurry.
No, you don't understand. I am the next applicant.
What? Oh my God, you're serious. You want to stalk us?
We.
You're not impressing us by speaking French.
No, I mean we want to stalk you. All 10 of my personalities, including Tina the lap dancer. Let's look at this logically, boys. I'm already on the payroll. I know your phone numbers and where you live. And I can gut and skin a rabbit in less than 2 minutes. And you guys probably don't know this, but I've seen both of you naked. Lots of times. And, well, I love you.
Hey, that wasn't bad. What do you think, Bill? He's creeping me out.
Well, let's try the phone test.
Okay.
All right, pretend that it's 3 a.m. There's a thunder and lightning storm going on. My phone rings. I pick it up, and it's you, Chunga. What do you say?
Hello, Bill. Want to go to a jazz game?
No! Doesn't work.
No.
Try again. Phone rings. I pick it up. It's you. What do you say, Chunga?
Bill, it's me, Chunga. Want to go over to Cummings and watch them hand-dip chocolates?
Not even scary. Not scary at all. I'm sorry, Chunga. You just don't have what it takes. Look, send in the next one, would you?
Oh, come on, you guys. I know you don't like all the other stalker candidates. They stink. Besides, there's only one guy left in the lobby, and it's Frank Layton wearing one of his wife's old moo-moos, and his face is smeared with red lipstick.
Red lipstick, huh? Well, we'll send him in.
Mr. Layton, the boys will see you now.
Hello, girls!
Hey, it is 8:21 right now, and it is time for round two of your boners. Presenting to you now 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. And you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it will go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago, but we'll take both of these winners and put them against each other. 9:20 this morning is when boner fight happens. That's when you will decide boner of the day. So Round 2 now. Choose strategically. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive
an electronic gift certificate to Diversion Eatery. You can see their menu at diversioneatery.com.
Boner candidate number 1. Party down with Vanilla Ice and what's left of the Beach Boys.
Ugh.
Well, President Trump was supposed to be there, but he skipped out of the Mar-a-Lago New Year's Eve party and went back to Washington for some reason. And he missed performances by Vanilla Ice and the whatever is left of the Beach Boys.
Kid Rock not available?
It was, what's his name?
Mike Love.
Mike Love and one other member, I think, was on.
Which Brian Wilson and Al Jardine, I think is still alive. Al Jardine is. They both have said, it's not the Beach Boys. I mean, if you want to travel around and say you're the Beach Boys, okay, but you're not. But at any rate, Trump's sons, Don Jr. and Eric, along with their partners, Kimberly Guilfoyle and Lara Trump, rapped along to Ice Ice Baby.
Oh, jeez.
And Donald Trump Jr. said, "This is amazing. As a child of the 90s, you can't fathom how awesome this is." Really?
It's not.
It's not awesome.
A little bit awesome.
To see Vanilla Ice do Ice Ice Baby, which is a rip-off of another song anyway.
And I watched the video, and Don Jr. is standing in this crowd of people who are enjoying themselves, this crowd of people, but he's standing there like, is this how humans enjoy themselves? I need to fit in.
Of course, none of these people were wearing masks.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You said crowd of people. There were a lot of people there.
They were breaking the law. They were breaking the law, as a matter of fact. The Palm Beach, I believe, is where Mar-a-Lago is, and Palm Beach City has specifically prohibited gatherings of that sort. But no, party down with Vanilla Ice and what's left of the Beach Boys. Yahoo! Boner candidate number 1. Here's boner candidate number 2. Poison your way to health with the Combo Cleanse. I thought maybe this was a joke, so I looked it up, and it's not. It's a thing. If you like having a fever or a major allergic reaction, said Julia Allison, a media strategist for tech companies in San Francisco, recalling her first time taking Combo, which is a poisonous substance from an Amazonian frog that is trending as an alternative wellness wonder drug. She says, you take it and you get this allergic reaction and your face starts to blow up. They call it frog face. It kind of looks like a celebrity plastic surgeon went to town on your face, like Kim Kardashian in a funhouse mirror, and then suddenly you're unbelievably nauseous. You're basically going from 0 to the worst flu of your life within 60 seconds.
Why
Combo,
are we doing this?
Combo, long used by some indigenous tribes in South America as a sort of rainforest vaccine, is not a recreational drug. You don't trip. It is. They use it. The natives use it as some sort of a thing to protect them from illness, they say. The idea is to make yourself feel horrible so that you may, after, feel wonderful. You burn your skin. You got to put a burn on yourself, and then you dot yourself with this substance that comes from this frog.
Mm-hmm.
And it's pretty toxic. And people are saying, no, this. If you do it, it will protect you against all kinds of disease.
I don't know. That guy's Facebook video seemed pretty compelling.
Good Lord. It's called the Combo Cleanse, if somebody suggests that you do it. And I'll bet somebody who's listening right now has done it.
Probably.
Oh, it's great.
Boner candidate number 2, poison your way to health. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, don't listen to science, listen to the money.
All right. We got boner candidate number 3 for round 2. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Innuendo, brought to you by
Celebrate Utah's 125th anniversary of statehood with fireworks in all 29 counties. Today's the state's birthday, by the way.
Oh.
Look up in the sky and listen at 7:30 p.m. to our sister stations, Mix 105.1, 101.5 The Eagle, and 100.7 Bob FM for the official fireworks soundtrack.
At 7:30 tonight.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Well, Tom Hanks was on the Graham Norton show, and he revealed that he took the combo cleanse. No. He, 64-year-old Tom Hanks has a new look, and he says, I don't care for it. He has shaved his head. He's in Australia filming, I guess he's still there filming Baz Luhrmann's upcoming biopic about Elvis Presley, in which he plays Elvis Presley's manager, Colonel Tom Parker. And he said, let me show you this. He was wearing a baseball cap, and he took off, and he has shaved his head, and he looks pretty terrible. And he said,
things I do for you people.
I don't
shave
like
my
it.
Head.
I don't like it. I did it to scare the children, he said. Let's see. Larry King. Hello. He's in the hospital. He's got the COVID, according to a source close to the family. Larry is 80.
Hello.
Larry is 87.
Mm-hmm.
Been hospitalized at Cedars-Sinai in Los Angeles for a week. He's been there for a week. That's not good.
Nope.
Due to protocols at the hospital, King's 3 sons have been unable to visit him, according to the source. King, who has type 2 diabetes, has confronted a series of medical issues over the years and managed to pull through. He's had lung cancer.
I was going to say, he's had like everything.
He's had
How is he still...
quintuple bypass surgery.
Now, the universe has been trying to kill him for a while.
He has undergone procedures because of angina, and I don't know why maybe this is it though. The final call. Larry King has COVID. COVID camps are being suggested.
What is a COVID camp?
A New York State lawmaker has introduced a bill that would allow the government to detain people deemed a potential public health risk and put them in a camp.
Well, they did this in South Korea. It wasn't a camp; it was a hotels. It was hotels that they had access
quarantine,
to.
Yeah.
But they pay for it and put you in there.
Authored by a Democratic member of Congress a member of the New York State Assembly, Nick Perry, the bill would call for, quote, the removal and or detention of individuals who are identified as case, contact, or carrier of a contagious disease. Such a person or group of people will be detained in a medical facility or other appropriate facilities or premises. The sweeping powers would be employed in the event of the state government declaring a health emergency due to an epidemic of any communicable disease. The bill proposes. The legislation states that the government must provide clear and convincing evidence that the health of others is in danger before ordering a person or a group of people to be detained. People being removed will have the right to legal representation and are allowed to supply the telephone numbers of friends or family to receive notifications of the individual's detention.
Well, maybe if we all just do the right thing and stay home when we're exposed, then they won't need to do this. No?
Yeah, just don't.
Like I said, they did this in South Korea, and it helped them keep their numbers down. It worked.
On Monday, new COVID-19, or today, new COVID-19 quarantine guidelines will be implemented for exposure in Utah schools. Governor Herbert announced the changes at his news conference in December. If a person is in close contact with someone who tests positive for COVID-19 and both people are wearing masks, no longer does the one in close contact have to be quarantined. They will be allowed to stay in school, the governor said. Vice President-elect, or President-elect Joe Biden, they've canceled any inaugural parade that was planned.
Yeah.
They've been talking about having it, but they've canceled it and replaced it with a virtual version to avoid drawing large crowds.
It's the smart thing to do.
I think it's a smart thing to do for a couple of reasons. Now, the main reason, of course, being given is because of the pandemic. But
you think there's a safety reason?
Yeah, I kind of do. I kind of think
to
it's
stir things up.
Yeah, I kind of think there would be people then coming to want to stir things up. If there was an inaugural parade, there would be people there.
Oh yeah,
to protest it.
This month is going to be, I mean, not just COVID. I'm talking about this month is going to be bad.
Yeah, more Republican senators are vowing that they will oppose Joe Biden's presidency. Last-ditch effort by President Trump and his allies to overturn the election. There are a growing coalition of Republican senators announcing plans to rebel against Senate leaders by seeking to block formal certification of Joe Biden's victory. There are people calling for another impeachment hearing.
I mean,
you'd have to do it real fast.
Yeah.
Because of Trump's call to Georgia. Demands for a second impeachment. Lawmakers reacting to Trump pressuring the Attorney General of the state of Georgia to find 11,780 votes. Come on, you could find those votes. Yeah. He talked to this guy for an hour.
Yeah, if you could just say that you've recalculated. Mm-hmm. See, just say you've recalculated. I just need, I mean. We're talking millions of votes that I deserve, but all I need are 11,780. Say you recalculated.
Lindsey Graham had a similar phone call with him, and they said, that's why we recorded the phone call with the president, because we wished we had a recording of the Lindsey Graham phone call, which was very similar.
Because that made the news when it happened, and Lindsey said, no, it didn't happen that way at all. And they said, oh, we don't have a recording? We're going to get a recording.
And then, of course, that guy who tried to blow up Nashville.
He's white, Bill. Nobody cares about that.
Exactly. It was just, that was 2 days in the news. 2 days.
Apparently, the guy's name was Warner.
Anthony Quinn.
Anthony Quinn Warner. Not related to John Wayne Gacy in any way. Why do people do that? Why do they give their kids names of celebrities like that? Anyway, he apparently sent a bunch of packages to friends before the bombing, before that he blew himself up in downtown Nashville. Mm-hmm. And his friends said the packages were typed pages and thumb drives and just full of ranting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, it was over a year ago. His girlfriend reported him to the cops and said he's making bombs. He's unhinged.
In the RV. She's making bombs in that RV.
And the cops said something along the lines of, well, but he's white, so we don't care.
Well, and they said, they went to the house and they said, well, the RV was there, but it had a fence around it.
So we could, what could we do? What could we do? We could break down Breonna Taylor's door and shoot her in her sleep, or we could just ignore the camper of the.
Yeah, this guy went on and on about the lizard people as well.
Yeah.
So
thank you, Internet.
There you go. All right, that's it.
All right, sports, weather, traffic.
Well, we talked about it with very important sports earlier this morning. There was a $1.3 million bet made on the Ohio State Clemson game, and Ed wasn't sure how much the payout on that was, and it was substantial. $2.4 million payout for this anonymous person. They're just calling him the Indiana man. Ed speculated it was Mike Pence that made that bet. The Jazz, they won last night, 130-109 over the San Antonio Spurs. They play tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. against the Nets. Weather, it's going to be one of the warmest days we've had in quite a while, 46 for a high today. And that means when that storm starts, it will be in the form of rain instead of snow, because it won't be cold enough. Of course, up in the mountains, it will be snow. and about 80% chance of that today, this afternoon into tomorrow morning, changing over to snow overnight. High tomorrow of 36. Traffic, we've had a fairly light morning so far, and the canyons have lifted their traction restrictions. Road conditions have improved, but they still want you to watch for areas of patchy ice and be prepared for the showers expected later this evening and overnight. And if you see something you want to share with us, you can text it to us, 33986.
All right.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Don't listen to science, listen to the money. This is a pretty extensive expose in the Salt Lake Tribune. It says Utah leaders went rogue in early coronavirus responses, emails from health experts show. This is the Office of Management and Budget, was led by a woman who has now stepped down. Her name is Kristen Cox, and she led the Utah State Office of Budget. And they were very instrumental in our initial COVID response here in the state of Utah. The agency was aggressive in its strategy by signing a massive no-bid contract for testing and data analysis, and Kristen Cox sought to influence Governor Gary Herbert, her direct supervisor, by curating coronavirus data. That's a nice way of saying just giving him certain data, curating coronavirus data and research that he reviewed as he made public health decisions.
Don't worry the governor's pretty little head about all these other nasty details. We're going to give him very specific data.
Well,
so
we're going to give him specific data related to how we handle this economically.
Yeah.
Not health-wise. Kristen Cox, who didn't respond to requests to speak to the Tribune for the story, said that the danger was in over-reliance on epidemiologists. In an email to the Utah Department of Health manager this spring, Cox wrote her agency's staffers were proficient in dealing with policies and grants, but they expressed the need for an independent thinker to oversee major coronavirus projects. Experts are important, Cox said, but a real expert for me is somebody who can think for themselves, get results, all the while using the body of knowledge they have acquired. The body of knowledge on its own does not suffice. Emails show that the Office of Management and Budget were involved not only in major projects, but also at times filtering the coronavirus data to which Herbert had access. At one point, Cox discouraged Herbert's top aides from putting stock in COVID-19 modeling produced by outside experts, and said outright that she wanted state officials to lean solely on research findings presented by her agency, not the health experts' agencies.
Yeah.
Because they didn't want the economy to shut down. And they said, so they didn't, so Angela Dunn and the state epidemiology department, they were kind of just marginalized by this, and that's who Herbert was listening to. And we got bad advice
and you know
that
what?
way.
It is not going too far out on a limb to say people died because of these decisions.
Yes.
That's right.
That's
Absolutely.
not too far out to say.
Absolutely. That would not be inaccurate. And where's all the hydroxychloroquine or whatever it was? Is she the one responsible for buying all that stuff too?
Kind of, yeah. Boner candidate number 3, don't listen to the science, listen to the money.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, party down with Vanilla Ice and what's left of the Beach Boys. That's what Eric Trump and Don Jr. did at Mar-a-Lago with a bunch of other people who didn't wear masks and who were in violation of Palm Beach City rules. And Vanilla Ice, good God. Boner candidate number 2, poison your way to health with the Combo Cleanse. It's apparently a fad somewhere in San Francisco and California. You poison yourself with this substance from an Amazonian rainforest frog, and if it doesn't kill you, it'll make you healthy. And boner candidate number 3, don't listen to science, listen to the money.
Okay. You've got to decide. Of these three candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day? If it wins here, it will go up against the winner of round one's voting. That was an hour ago. Got a winner there. We'll get a winner in this round, and we'll take both of these winners and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when you will decide boner of the day for today, the first boner of 2021. All right? So this is round two. Pick your champion to send forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Text that to 33986. Pretty easy. Or you can call the producer's booth in Salt Lake at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting January 4, 2021, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It should appear. All right, we'll let you vote during these commercials and have a winner on the other side. This is round two.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we find our elders tracting on the ice planet Hoth. Oh, man, it's cold out here. Why is it so cold?
It's an ice planet, Lehigh. What do you expect?
Well, I'm sure glad my mom sent me these mittens.
And Zone Leader Hansen has sent us to some pretty dismal places before, but this has got to be the worst. Well, I hope that this Wampa fella lets us in and offers us some piping hot postum.
You know, these tauntaun thingies smell funny, and they're just not very comfortable to ride. I wish our hyperbikes hadn't frozen up. Let's see, third cave on the left, just past the second snowdrift. Yep, this must be it. Hello? Hello, Mr. Wampa?
I don't suppose his first name is Willie, do you? See, Willie Wampa. What? Hello, anybody home? Hey, pal, that's my ride home you're having for lunch.
You must be Mr. Wampa. Hi, I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is my companion, Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Look out, Butch! Oh, man, he knocked you down. That's going to leave a mark. Excuse me, Mr. Wampa, all we want is just a couple minutes of your time. Oh!
Oh, man. Where am I? Oh, heck. Hey, Lehigh, wake up.
Oh.
Wake up.
Oh, what in the flip?
This is just great. Here we are, hanging upside down, stuck to the roof of a Wampa cave, our feet frozen in what appears to be Wampa spit, while my ride home gets eaten by Mr. Wampa out there.
Yuck, I don't think this Wampa spit's ever going to come off my wingtips. Hey, there's somebody stuck to the ceiling behind you.
Huh? Hey, it's that farm boy from Tatooine. Hey, Luke, wake up.
Huh? Ben?
No, not Ben, it's me, Butch. I don't suppose you got a plan to get us out of here, do you?
If I could just reach for my lightsaber. There. So much for the element of surprise.
Hey, look, your dad, Darth Vader, cut off Lehigh's arm with one of those things. Cut him some slack.
Will Book and Lehigh ever escape from Wampa Cave? Will Luke cut Lehigh's arm off just for the fun of it? Will our elders ever get the Wampa spit off of their wingtips? Tune in next time to hear Lehigh say... Oh, thanks, Luke. For a minute there, I figured we was Wampa Chow.
Luke.
Ben?
Luke.
Ben, is that you?
You will go to the Dagobah system. Mr. Kenobi?
Dagobah? I've never even heard of it.
It's a swamp planet. You're not missing much.
You must seek out Yoda and continue your training.
But I've already been to the MTC. Ben? Yoda? Dagobah?
Mr. Kenobi, are you sure? I mean, we've already been to Dagobah.
Hold on. I've got some problems here. Luke, you go to Dagobah and seek Yoda. Butch, Lehigh, you go thaw out your hyperbikes and continue tracting.
I should have gotten Jedi call waiting.
On the next bone-chilling episode of Space Elder.
Ooh, all right, let's award round 2 of your boners.
And that's brought to you in part by a nice glass of whiskey.
And make sure your furnace is ready for winter. Scott Hale is offering a furnace tune-up for just $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Boner candidate number 1, Party Down with Vanilla Ice and What's Left of the Beach Boys. No thanks. I think it would be even worse than getting COVID, having to watch Vanilla Ice. But it was this party, New Year's Eve party at Mar-a-Lago. And Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump were there. And Rudy Giuliani was there dancing.
Ugh.
Yeah, boy, they were having fun.
Yeah, it was gross.
Then number 2, poison your way to good health. This fad of doing a combo cleanse was nonsense. And boner candidate number 3, don't listen to science, listen to the money. The Office of Management and Budget here in Utah apparently filtering the details that were given to Governor Herbert about the coronavirus and how it may be best to combat it. They sort of curated the information he received.
That's dangerous.
Yeah.
And wrong. And
yep.
Infuriating. And
Bailey won a diversion gift card, and the winner was, in fact, boner candidate number 3. Don't listen to science. Listen to the money.
Okay. Winner of round 2. It now goes forward to boner fight. Might be boner of the day. 9:20 is when this will all happen.
Did you see who died over the holidays? The chairman of the board. The chairman of the board died over the holidays, Gina. Did you know that?
Frank Sinatra?
No. Whitey Ford. I don't know. Now, Whitey Ford was a famous baseball player. Old, he's quite old, and they also called him the chairman of the board. I just think that's wrong. You should not. If one of them has to be the chairman of the board, either Frank Sinatra or Whitey Ford. Now Frank Sinatra has other nicknames. Old Blue Eyes. Swoonatra, and Lavose.
Well, Bill, I'm a geek about Frank Sinatra, but I know Kerry has a lot of other geek things he would like to talk about now.
And they involve dead people, too. This sponsored? I won't ask. It's not even going to bother. Yes, brand new episode of GeekShowPodcast.com available now. Name of the episode is Boudoir shoot. Boudoir shoot.
As
Not
in photograph?
boudoir.
No, it's a Star Wars character. Boudoir shoot.
Oh.
No, it's not. Okay. I found this an interesting story. Now, we talked about Don Wells. We talked about all the dead celebrities earlier. But here's one that you only a few people will know, but it's an interesting story. Ron Dominguez died, 85 years old. Former vice president of Disneyland and exec VP of Walt Disney Attractions for the West Coast. Died on January 1st. He was 85. No cause of death revealed. Now, Dominguez's family owned 10 acres of land that were purchased by Walt Disney to build Disneyland in 1954. And then the following year, he was 20 years old at the time, Dominguez began working at the theme park as a ticket taker during the summer, was trained to supervise numerous attractions after that. In 1970, he was named Director of Operations and then became Vice President of Disneyland 4 years later.
Wow.
And so that's a story of working your way up from
kidding.
From the bottom. But I just found that a fascinating story. In other dead people news, as revealed in a fascinating report by the Times in the United Kingdom, some of the ashes of James Doohan, Scotty from Star Trek, now live on board the International Space Station.
Really?
They have been there since 2008, and it has been a secret until now. The enactor of this plot was Richard Garriott, an entrepreneur who became, in 2008, one of the first private citizens to go to space. Now, he was asked by the Doohan family to help fulfill the late Scotty's wishes to find a way to space after death. Garriott and Doohan's son, Chris Doohan, concocted a plan which involved secretly sneaking a laminated card containing some of Doohan's ashes onto the International Space Station.
So
it was
they're not like loose. They're not like...
It was pressed in a card.
Floating around.
Yeah.
It was completely clandestine. His family were very pleased that the ashes made it up there, but we're all disappointed we didn't get to talk to it until now. Now Garriott feels that enough time has passed that now that we can talk about it. The plan was concocted. He had already registered his items for the trip, so in order to make sure it was carried out, he had to keep it secret from people in charge of the mission, which could be a crime.
Well, I was going to say, you can't sneak things onto the...
Well,
they're very specific.
They're
about
very
what
specific, and they go through your stuff before you go up there. You can't take certain things.
Neil Armstrong wasn't supposed to take a golf club and a golf ball, but he did.
But this one ended up being the first time that Doohan's ashes ended up in space. It wasn't the last. Some were also carried to space aboard the SpaceX rocket in 2012 after a failed flight in 2008. But anyway, he said, we kept this hush-hush for a while, and here we are 12 years later. So they've done the math, and they figure that Scotty has been in orbit around the Earth, and his ashes have traveled nearly 1.7 billion miles through space, orbiting the planet more than 70,000 times.
I wonder how they feel about that.
Who?
His ashes.
They love it, I'm sure.
So that's two stories about death, but Chloe Bennett, she's fine. She's just fine. The actress who played Daisy Johnson on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. has the COVID.
Oh.
COVID sucks. It just really sucks. I pride myself on staying healthy, always wear a mask, social distance, all the necessary precautions, still got very sick. I'm one of the lucky ones. I repeat, I'm young, healthy, and diligent about my health, and this virus knocked me the F down and continues to do so. So, just a little word from the wise, from the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. All right, let's see. I'll finish with this story here. Finally, this. I just like the name of this. Shane Black, the director, is developing an animated series at Fox based on Jay Mullaney's novels. The series follows the supernatural adventures of a detective who is an alcoholic ex-cop and current private investigator. He solves cases in an alternate noir, otherworld reality, so it's kind of supernatural. I just bring it up because the name of the character.
Yeah.
Craig Banyan, P.I.
Sounds like a Simpsons character.
Craig Banyan.
I'm Craig Banyan, PI. All right, there you go. Traffic, Gina.
Crash northbound I-15 at First South. Now this is in Spanish Fork, First South. Right shoulder affected there. Canyons are open. Traction laws have been lifted, and road conditions have improved. You'll still want to watch for areas of patchy ice and be prepared for snow showers, which are expected this evening. We're going to have rain showers down here in the valley, but up the canyons, that will be snow. And it's been a very light commute this morning. I have nothing else to tell you. That's traffic.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, we will take a break. We will be back. We've got, let's see, we got Boner Fight on the way. Stand by for that. All coming up. And now a message from the Utah Department of Workforce Services.
Jobs.utah.gov. That's where you want to go to find good job. There are good jobs available. Maybe you've been, maybe your life has been cast into upheaval by the pandemic. You've lost your job. You've lost your work. Well, there are thousands of jobs to be had, and you can see them all in this one place, jobs.utah.gov. You can create an account there so that you can log on, and then you put My Job Search there and find events on your calendar to register for, like job fairs, meetings. The link to the job fair will appear there on your account homepage right before it begins, and so you can go and talk to employers right there online, which is pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. So all different industries that they are looking for people.
Yeah, like healthcare, transportation, banking, all of that kind of stuff. So go to jobs.utah.gov.
Technology has evolved to the point where the ultimate goal can now be attainable.
Kerry, you're close, you know, the closest of all of us to toys. I mean,
yes,
you're surrounded by them.
Like physically, right now. You're
yeah. So the Toy Hall of Fame.
Yes.
They've announced their inductees for this year. One of these I don't even know, and one of them I'm not sure why it's classified as a toy. So the National Toy Hall of Fame in New York announced this year's inductees are the classic doll Baby Nancy. Do you know Baby Nancy, Gina?
It's just one of those, you know, baby dolls that have been around forever. You know, it's just one of the first and earliest, and it's just been a mainstay.
I think the only doll I could really say. Oh, Betsy Wetsy. I remember
Baby
Betsy
Nancy
Wetsy.
is the reason it's her. She's a black baby doll.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
that's why that was of note.
And then Jenga. Now that's a game.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that classifies as a toy.
Sure.
But then the other one is sidewalk chalk. Now how is that? I don't.
It's you know,
it's
I mean,
toy.
you don't necessarily, I mean, you know, what the classification of toy is. It's hard to say. I think it's anything that keeps your kids occupied.
Yeah.
And you know that dates back to, you know,
hopscotch.
Even further. I mean, further caveman times. You know. I mean,
that's
you know.
Ugh, want sidewalk chalk. So the toys that didn't, there were 12 finalists. Here are the ones that didn't make the cut. Bingo.
Bingo hasn't been in there yet?
Not yet.
Oh.
What? Now, you might know what this is, Gina. Breyer horses.
I used to collect them. They're my favorite. I love Breyer horses.
They didn't make the cut. Light Bright. Masters of the Universe.
Yes.
My Little Pony. Risk. There's Master of the Universe right there. Carrie's got it at x96.com/live.
Oh, He-Man. I'm not in the Hall of Fame yet.
Of course, neither's He-Man. Sorry, the game Sorry. Tamagotchi and Yahtzee.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Baby Nancy, created in 1968, became the best-selling black doll in Los Angeles by the end of the year.
Yeah, so, Breyer horses were that's all I wanted for my birthday and Christmas, because they were like Kerry collects his toys. Like the new ones would come out, and there were ones that were hard to find.
How many do you have? How many did you have?
Oh, I probably had 30 or 40 of them.
And where are they now?
I don't know.
Why?
They're probably in a box in Mary Claire's garage, probably. But
don't you want to go dig them up?
Yes, now I want to. So they had there will be famous horses, like famous race horses.
Seabiscuit.
Or famous horses from TV and movies.
Mr. Ed.
Yeah.
Flicka.
Or they were just breeds, like, you try to collect all the breeds.
Appaloosa.
Yes.
Palomino.
Yes.
Pinto.
I had a whole bookshelf with, I loved them.
Now they have wheels, or
no, they're
so you
horses.
could drive them around. Well, yeah, but you want to be able to.
No, you do, like
pretend that they're galloping.
Yeah.
Were they on little stands, like rearing up in the air?
Sometimes those were special ones, but they were easier to play with if they weren't on the stands.
Now, because people have asked me, not just you guys, but have asked me before about this Toy Hall of Fame thing, and as I recall, I'm not for sure, but as I recall, it's only been together about just a few years that they've done the Toy Hall of Fame, and that's why some of these, the ones that you would think should be in there, should be in there, and they, for some reason, only induct 3 a year in, which, that's seems kind of an arbitrary.
Yeah, I don't know why are these. Let's see, here's the Toy Hall of Fame home. Here are toys inducted by year.
Ball in a Cup? Is Ball in a Cup in there?
Let me see. Well, the first year that they did this is...
Stick in a hoop? What about the hoop and the stick?
1998. So it's been around for a while.
Yeah. But they only induct like 3 a year in.
Well, that first year they did like 10. I don't know why. Then the number goes down. In 2001, there were only 2 things inducted: Silly Putty and Tonka trucks. Let's see, what was last year? Last year was coloring books.
Okay.
Magic the Gathering, and Matchbox
Wait a minute.
cars.
You have Magic the Gathering before you have bingo? That doesn't make any sense.
I hate to break it to you, Gina, but Magic the Gathering is one of the biggest selling games
I know, but
on the planet right now. So,
but don't you start with where we started? You start with Ball in a Cup and bingo.
Well,
I agree with you.
Coloring books.
I mean, number one, the first place they started was playing soccer with the skulls of your enemies. That's where
that's number one.
Yeah, that's number one.
That should be.
Yeah.
Makes sense. You saved Magic the Gathering for several years down the road.
Magic the Gathering is similar to playing soccer with the skulls of your enemies, but not exactly the same.
Because on this day?
In 1960, one of the pivotal forces in alternative music was born. Michael Stipe, American singer, songwriter, musician for the band REM. Now, you would have thought the obvious choice would have been It's the End of the World and I Feel Fine as the song we played, but you're all tired of that song,
Yeah.
so...
We like to go way back. We like to go a little deep into the library there. A little deep into the library. Back into the vaults. Yes, into the vaults.
I always liked for one of their later songs, "Losing My Religion." And I mean, I liked the song okay and then I saw the video, and the video for it is just very moving, as I recall, and I watched Michael Stipe singing it in the way he used to do that weird thing where he pound his chest
jerky movements.
I just he was just so into it, and I really like that one. Anyway,
well, I watched a documentary about that song.
Oh yeah,
it was a short one. I've discovered the rock docs on Amazon. They've got one for just about everybody, you know, and how accurate they are, I don't know. But they were interviewing Stipe, and it gave the song a whole new meaning for me. Because losing my religion is not about losing your religion. It's an old Southern saying that means I'm standing here and I can't believe it.
Oh, I see.
That's all.
Yeah.
It's not about actually, you know,
losing your
stop
faith,
being faithful. It's I'm standing here just gobsmacked and I can't believe what I'm seeing. Is what it means to. I'm losing my religion here.
Except isn't there an angel? Isn't there an angel in the video?
That's the thing about the video, is that it's also religiously themed, and then Stipe goes, but that's not what the song is about. People misunderstand that it's not about religion, it's about me not being able to believe what I'm seeing.
An angel.
And I'm like, well, now you tell us.
I did not know that, Kerry Jackson. Thank you for teaching me.
Yes.
Well, I think he's being a little disingenuous there. I think.
Well, I can only take him at his word. It's a Song Exploder is the name of the series.
Oh yeah, it's based on there's a podcast,
and they will they'll take a song and look deep into it. Going way back.
What other songs have you seen on that? Now I'm curious about
They did "Hurt" 9 Inch Nails, which
That's
was
pretty straightforward, right?
Yeah, well,
no,
no, it's about losing his religion.
But yeah, it was. They did the one for "Hurt" on 9 Inch Nails, and there's a bunch of songs for that one.
Did he comment on? I assume they talked to Trent Reznor, obviously.
Oh yeah.
Did he comment on the Johnny Cash?
It was just kind of mentioned in passing, which I thought was interesting because I mean, you know, those of us who were in the know, we knew about this song a long time ago, and then Johnny Cash comes along and does it, and everybody goes, "Oh, have you heard this?" I'm like, "Well, yeah, we heard." You know, we were
there are a lot of
it.
people. There are people who think that that's a Johnny Cash song.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like a Johnny Cash song. I mean,
yeah.
Well, that's because Johnny Cash. Anything Johnny Cash sings sounds like a Johnny Cash song. Kind of goes without saying, I guess.
But yeah, I thought that they would have that part where Trent says, "That's no longer my song. That's Johnny Cash's song." But no, it was just about the song, and you know, they touch on the album a bit, but they mostly focus on "Hurt," and you know, he talks about the dark times that he went through and all of that. But
I'm going to look for that because I'm always interested in the backstory of those things.
The podcast of it called Song Exploder, it's essentially the same thing. That's where they took it, and they do all kinds of really deep dives into some music I've never even heard of, songs I've never heard of.
But yeah, it was just, I thought it was kind of interesting. So there's something for you to watch, Gina.
Thank you. I need more stuff because I'm so behind on everything. I just started The Crown.
Are you enjoying it?
Yes, very much so. I'm behind.
You're making me laugh because I've got a drop coming up later in the week
that's The Crown, or that I'm behind.
It's about The Crown.
Okay. But I get it now. And it's always bad when you come to these things late because you want to talk about them, and everyone started watching it years ago and they don't want to talk about it.
I was surprised that I liked it. I don't know why I started. I don't know why I started watching it, because everything I'd heard about it, I went, I wouldn't like that. But then I watched it and I went, oh, wait a minute, I really like this.
And I'm learning things. Just talking about learning things. I thought Winston Churchill was beloved always. I didn't know there was not belovedness all the time about Winston. See, I learned things.
But also Winston Churchill was not 6 foot tall, like 6'6", like John Lithgow. But
that's true.
He's all hunched.
But bear in mind that the Crown, a lot of it is made up.
Oh, I know.
Okay. But I think that there was bad blood there for.
I'm sure. Yeah.
Here and there.
You guys are going to like my crown drop on.
Okay.
Let's see when's it coming up.
You have it scheduled out later in the week?
I always schedule.
Oh.
See, this is very detailed. It's very
didn't know you
scientific
did
how I
that.
do this. Yes. Let's see. It is tomorrow. Oh, lucky you. Lucky you.
What is there another new one tomorrow as well?
No, it's just a drop pertaining to the crown.
Oh,
the crown is coming. So yeah. All right. We will take a break. We will be back. We've got, let's see. Oh, yes, Boner Fight coming up in the next break. Stand by for that. Find out who Boner of the Day is, along with a reasonable amount of news. Stand by for all of that. Oh, I lost. Now, that's the other schedule that I lost. Let's see, we're supposed to be talking about something here.
Yeah,
you
care.
care. That's it. You care about the air.
Yep.
Don't idle your car.
It's, and the weather being the way it is, we are really, prone to inversions, and I don't know. I don't know whether I should say something to people or not when I go out to my car and I'm at a parking lot or something, and they're sitting there in their cars on the phone or reading something, and their car is idling, and I want to tap on the window and say, turn it off. Oh, it's cold. I don't care.
Because when we don't have a lot of storms coming through, that air just gets trapped in this valley, and we are breathing all of that exhaust.
Yeah. So don't idle your car. That's also skip the trip. Don't even go, or trip chain if you can. So that you only have to make one foray out in your car, and also go to places where they're selling the Tier 3 fuel that burns cleaner. You can find out more information about all of that by going to UCAIR, UCAIR.org.
Technology has evolved to the point where the ultimate...
All right, so we're downtown now. We're Broadway Media.
Yeah.
Because our building is on Broadway.
Yeah.
Third South.
Now, the mayor has taken an awful lot of time and money to build very special bicycle lanes.
Yes.
Here on Third.
Dedicated.
They're very nice.
Dedicated. So I'm walking down Broadway yesterday, and here comes a bike rider toward me on the sidewalk.
Jerk.
On the sidewalk.
He's on the sidewalk, riding his bike down the sidewalk, coming towards me.
Wienermobile! Sorry. For some reason, the Wienermobile's outside. I'm sorry.
I knew she'd do that. I ignored it.
You ignored the Wienermobile?
I did.
You can acknowledge in your head the Wienermobile when someone's in the middle of telling a story.
I'm sorry.
It's
on Third South, Broadway, where your story takes place.
So the bike's coming toward you.
Bike's coming toward me on the sidewalk.
Tell the story to me and shut up, Mike.
Yeah. And so and this is exactly how I did it. I wasn't a jerk about it. I wasn't, hey! I never did that.
Mm-hmm.
I went like this. Bike lane. You could use the bike lane. Said it exactly like that.
Mm-hmm.
And as the guy zipped past me, he yells, F off.
Hug off.
I mean, why? I would think you would prefer to use the bike lane.
Sure.
Why would it be more attractive to drive down the sidewalk than
What sort of
the bike lane?
What could you tell? What sort of
It was
biker and.
Well, he was casual, I think.
Was
because
it a hipster or was it,
was
a guy?
kind of a hipster.
Or was it a DUI guy?
It was a mountain bike, younger guy, no helmet.
Not a DUI guy.
No. But then a minute later, so I just kept walking. A minute later, he scoots right up next to me.
Were you nervous?
And I'm like, I didn't know what to think.
Mm-hmm.
He said, dude, I listen every morning. That was an awesome interaction.
He turned around and came back.
He realized who it was that he had just told to hug off. Yeah.
And I went, okay. I just, the mayor spent an awful lot of time and money on that bike lane. I just thought you might want to use it, is all.
Mm-hmm.
Did he explain why?
He rambled about how he's a passenger, he's a rider, he's a pedestrian, he just goes wherever, some sort of crazy.
Oh, he's like...
It didn't make any sense, and I just kept walking. So.
But he turned around and
came back.
Did he apologize?
Did not apologize. I think that was his way of apologizing.
Saying I listen to your show.
Saying
is
I
an
listen to your show
apology.
every morning after I tell you to F off.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I think I might have said, that doesn't make it okay.
I didn't care to interact anymore. Once he started going on about how he's a pedestrian and a passenger and all that.
Doesn't make any sense.
I went, okay, I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk. All right, we got boner fight coming up. Oh, that's going to be a bit here. A boner fight coming up here in about 7 or 8 minutes.
Uh-oh.
So before that, a reasonable amount bordering on big boy news, brought to you by.
Utahns are invited to participate in a statewide celebration of the 125th anniversary of Utah's statehood, including a TV special and simultaneous fireworks in all 29 countries at all our counties. It all starts tonight at 7:30 p.m. You can listen to our sister stations for a musical accompaniment to the fireworks. Mix 105.1, 101.5 The Eagle, and 100.7 Bob FM for the official fireworks soundtrack. It is also going to be a special event on PBS, the Thrive 125 Utah Celebration. Special will celebrate Utah State's artistic heritage, cultural diversity, and scenic wonders. It's a big birthday party thing.
Oh, okay.
Will there be cake?
Probably. If you have cake in your house, there'll be cake.
No, I don't. James Gordon, very talented man, says he's fed up with being unhealthy.
Mm-hmm.
I am unhealthy, and I am fed up with it. He says that losing weight is going to be one of his top challenges for the year. In an emotional clip, Gordon detailed his decades-plus struggle to reach his ideal weight, emotionally confessing that he is fed up with repeated attempts to get into shape. I've realized that every year for the past decade, probably even 15 years, that on January the 1st, every year I have told myself, anybody that would listen, this is the year.
So he's like everybody.
Yeah. I'm going on a diet. I'm going to lose a load of weight, he said. I'm fed up with the way I look. I'm fed up with being unhealthy. This is the year I'm going to do it. because of that, over Christmas, I've eaten everything that's in the refrigerator because in my head, in January, I'm starting this diet, and this time it will be a success. And as you can see, it never has been. He says it's starting, but he was really, he says it's starting to make me depressed because I fail every year, and I just don't. He goes on to say that he reached out to some experts. This time he hopes, I think he's going to go with Weight Watchers, he said.
Oh, but he is getting some kind of support.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
He's going to get some support, and hopefully this will be the year. I guess this is, I thought they'd already done this, but the final 5 episodes of Jeopardy that Alex Trebek taped will start today. So there are 5 left. Trebek, who lost his battle with pancreatic cancer in November, will be honored during the showing of his final episode Friday with a special tribute to the life and work of the man who captained America's favorite quiz show. He did it with style, he did it with wit, he did it with grace. He was sophisticated and hosted Jeopardy for 30-plus years. The producer, the owner of Jeopardy, Sony Pictures Television, said that there will never be another Alex Trebek, and said they will continue Jeopardy, and they're not saying who the host is going to be yet. They're going to start with some sort of guest fill-ins. Ken Jennings will be the first one.
Well, I was going to say if there's any clues, if you're reading the tea leaves on Twitter, Ken Jennings is doing his best to clean up the bad jokes he made in his past.
Yeah.
The offensive stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he's been on an apology tour for a couple of weeks now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I haven't seen any of the things he's apologizing for, or any of them that bad.
one of them, he was talking about a woman who was wheelchair bound, and it said she's very good looking. Too bad she's in a wheelchair.
Oh, really?
Yeah, stuff like
Jeez,
that.
Ken.
Yeah, he.
Come on.
The other contenders are LeVar Burton, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Pat Sajak, and George Stephanopoulos. I think
LeVar Burton should do it.
I think George Stephanopoulos is out because they'd have to get like a peach box or a crate for him to stand on. I don't know. It'll be Ken Jennings probably, I would think. Let's see. A worrisome coronavirus chart when we look at the United States, and the virus is still winning, folks.
Yep.
Simple chart shows why the new variants of the coronavirus, first detected in Britain and South Africa, are so worrisome, because now this variant of the coronavirus is taking hold, and it's more contagious.
Mm-hmm.
The vaccine apparently will work on this new variant, but it spreads quickly, more quickly even than coronavirus. In Great Britain, it's really taken hold, this variant.
Mm-hmm.
The variants already seem to have spread around much of the world. More than 30 countries, including the United States, have diagnosed cases with the variant, first detected in Britain. It's called the B.1.17 variant, and it appears to be between 10% and 60% more transmissible. So which is it? 10%
So
or
when they say it's not more deadly, it is if it's passed around faster and could get to more people that are compromised.
By that they mean it's not like stronger.
Yeah.
It's not a stronger version. It's just passed more quickly. 4 gang members arrested at a grocery store in Ogden.
Mm-hmm.
They were using canned goods as weapons.
Well, I remember where I heard you should do that. That was a...
Oh, yeah, the
President told us that you
President
could do
said
that.
soup can.
Yeah.
Tuna can. Really. According to probable cause statements, police were called to a report of a disturbance at a Smith's grocery store in West. Oh, this is in West Jordan. Why did I say Ogden? I don't know. Anyway, it was out in West Jordan, not in Ogden. And according to probable cause statements, these guys were arrested. They entered the store. They were caught on security cameras approaching an employee before chasing and throwing canned food at the employee. That'll show him. The suspects fled in a red Dodge Caliber prior to the police arriving at the scene, but they know who they are, and they arrested them, went to their various dens of iniquity.
Just a little something. Red car, getaway car. You think?
No.
You want to do a red car as a getaway car?
No red car getaway car.
Here's what the Ogden story. Authorities recovered an ambulance that was stolen on Sunday morning in Ogden. The emergency vehicle was stolen from 3rd Street and Washington Boulevard around 2:50 in the morning. An Ogden Fire Department crew was responding to a medical emergency in the area. When they came out of the building that they'd been in, their ambulance had been stolen. They're in Ogden.
The ambulance?
Yep.
Well, you got to keep the engine on because we got to be able to go at a moment's notice.
So the way they recovered the ambulance was somebody called in a tip that they saw an ambulance parked in their neighbor's yard. I think maybe the ambulance you're looking for is here in my neighbor's yard. It's Burgess Owens and what's his name? Blake Moore have been sworn into office as the new representatives of the 1st and 4th congressional districts here in Utah.
I don't think Burgess should have been sworn in because he's not sure that this election was proper. So if he thinks that there's been cheating, then...
I think we need to look into that.
I think we need to look into his residence and find out if he's a citizen of Utah.
Yeah.
I think maybe we ought to check his citizenship papers.
Let's do all that. Yeah.
Yeah. And
more. The American people demand integrity.
Now, I read a little bit about Blake Moore. He's taken a pretty hefty salary cut to be a member of Congress. He does well in his consulting job or whatever it is.
Bill, you get your money on the back end. That's where the
Burgess
Owens
politics
pays off.
Burgess Owens, however, is getting quite a raise.
Hasn't he filed for bankruptcy more than once?
4 times.
Four times.
And he listed his salary. I think last year is around $63,000, which he made that money from making speeches and from being the head of a charity, which apparently gives no money to the people that it's raising money for.
You know how much thought went into voting for Burgess Owens? 2 things. He's got an R next to his name, and he used to be a football player.
Mm-hmm.
That was it. That's what sold most, certainly the guys who voted for him. They went, Republican, football player. He's mine. There you go.
So, he has this charity, which he's the head of, which raises money for disadvantaged kids.
Mm-hmm.
But apparently it's not ever really distributed any money.
Where the rest of us were like, did you hear about this guy's past? Did you hear? I mean, here are 5 different things that he's done that are questionable or illegal. Oh, but he's a football player and he's a Republican, so I got to vote for him.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well,
all right.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, here we go. The winner from round 1, which I believe was, I'm not the one that's crazy, you're the one that's crazy. Pro-Trump lawyer Lynn Wood insisting that he's not insane after tweeting that Mike Pence should face execution by a firing squad, and after talking about the lizard people and all of that other stuff. He's done a lot of work for Donald Trump. So he's number 1, going up against number 2. Don't listen to the science, listen to the money. The Office of Management and Budget here in Utah somehow managing to get the governor's ear and give him information about the coronavirus that was not helpful when it terms. It was not the science of how to contain a pandemic.
No.
It was how to keep the economy running while the pandemic was going on. And that Office of Management and Budget curated the materials that it gave the governor. I don't know.
That article in the Trib, it's a heavy read, but you should read it.
Yeah. All right, that's it.
Okay,
That's number 2.
There we go. You've got to decide of these two candidates, which one is the worst. Which one should be Boner of the Day? 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit, that number, in the message of a text, and then you text that to 33986. Easy to do. Or you can call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Vote there. Using your voice, I mean. You can speak to a human being. Or go to x96.com, look for the box that says Boner Fight January 4, 2021, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh your browser. It should appear. You have until the end of these messages to do it. Let's go. Boner of the Day.
It's from the Girl Scouts.
Okay.
And then there's a nice letter say, "Hey, Bill, we get you. You're a guy's guy. You have unassuming strength, a casual confidence, and an uncompromising integrity, and are so dumb you don't know this is a form letter.
Well, they really know who I am.
You know the spread of Sunday's game and have a steak ready to grill and a cold drink waiting in the fridge. You're man enough to be a Girl Scout." So I've been given a membership in the Girl Scouts.
So what do you...
And then I got this.
Do you have to sell your own Girl Scout cookies?
No, I
now?
think what that means is they'll hit me up periodically for money.
Yeah. It's a great gift,
Yeah.
Jen.
I didn't want to say that what they're doing is opening a door to something that you will regret later. But
then I get this card. Now, little Bill, sick. He's sick. He was very ill. Barfing and all that. So that explains the card. And with this card came 3 pairs of really nice underpants. Patagonia, silk weight, boxer briefs.
Underpants.
Which I really like. And they're very, it's expensive underwear. I mean, it's like, I think they're $30 a piece or something like that.
You should get a whole pair of pants for that.
So here's the card that came with it. At least I'm too sick to cause trouble. Trouble.
Trouble.
And then you open it up and says, "Or am I?" ?
This is your Father's Day card?
Fortunately, you can cover your ass with these. Happy Father's Day. That's it.
Too sick. At least I'm too sick to cause trouble.
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 Yeah, trouble.
And am I?
And then you open it up.
That's a threat.
Or am I?
That's a threat, is what that is.
That's exactly what it is. So it was my Father's Day threat. Yes. Anyway, that's nice to be a Girl Scout, though.
Snowbird was awesome yesterday for Father's Day. There were a ton of people. Saw lots of friends of the program up there. They had garlic fries. It was perfect. They had bacon on sticks. Thick bacon on sticks.
So Gina was happy, and that made it a good Father's Day because she got what she wanted.
No, everybody got. Joe got a massage up at the cliff. Daddy Gary got a massage up at the cliff.
Mm-hmm. But first and foremost, they had garlic fries.
They had garlic fries and bacon on sticks.
Yeah. I went out to the Christiansen Family Farm, Hog Heaven in Vernon on Saturday and bought a bunch of meat. That was pork and beef. And that's actually for my wife's birthday, who's her birthday today. She wanted meat for her birthday.
The gift of meat.
Everybody's got something.
Yeah. You?
No.
Nothing? All right.
What? I'm not a father.
Well, you didn't see your dad.
I did.
Oh, you did see
you
your
did.
Yeah.
See your dad. How's he doing?
He's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
How's his
Did you
mustache?
give him meat?
No, he gives me meat.
Oh, okay.
He's the farmer.
Harry gives him money.
Yeah, I give him cash.
We've discussed that. Here, Dad. He does it under the table so nobody can see. Yeah, there you go. Hold out your hand.
Buy some more life-giving medicine. There you go. Time to award Boner of the Day.
And that's brought to you in part by delicious grilled chicken with vegetables and rice.
And whatever you had to drink with it, it's brought to you by that, too.
Glass of bourbon.
There you go.
So Boner candidate number one, I'm not the one that's crazy. You're the one that's crazy. This pro-Trump lawyer. By the way, he was one of the lawyers responsible for filing the over 50 different lawsuits to try and get the election overturned. 50 different lawsuits that were immediately rejected by all the courts. That, but he said that Mike Pence should be taken out and shot in front of a firing squad because he's not supportive enough of this effort to get the election for. And he talks about the lizard people and all of that. He's clearly insane.
Oh, clearly.
But he was not insane enough to beat number two.
Oh.
Don't listen to the science, listen to the money. The Office of Management and Budget here in Utah, getting the governor's ear and curating the information that was filtered to the governor so that the pandemic was not dealt with on a science and health basis, but more of an economic basis. That was just awful. And that won very handily Boner of the Day.
There you go. That's Boner of the Day for January 4, 2021. It is now qualified to be Boner of the Week. All right, 9:39.
So how long's your boy back from scraping barnacles off a boat? Is he going to go back to doing that soon?
Oh, he's got so
already
Festus. Festus.
Oh, do I need to get the thematics?
Well, yeah,
here?
sure. I mean, if we're gonna do
we're gonna talk about the Sailor Boy.
Yeah. This has been.
Hello, Sailor Boy.
The very hardest thing for me to deal with in all of this COVID stuff was the prospect of Festus, my Navy sailor, coming home for Christmas. So the military said, we're going to send everybody home on Liberty for Christmas. Isn't that nice? We're sending everybody home.
That we're just going to shut the Navy down. Everybody goes home.
Everybody
all
goes
the boats,
home.
all the boats will just be docked, tied up at the dock, and
I'm sorry,
So-
the Navy is closed.
yeah.
And then they said, if we send everybody home, we'll bring everybody back and quarantine them for 2 weeks. And if everybody's on the same schedule, that'll be easy. Well, what you've done, Navy, is send thousands of sailors home all over the country to, either spread COVID or catch it and bring it back there. I don't know why they did this. But Festus called me and he was like, I can come home for Christmas, Mom. I haven't seen him in 7 months, and I don't know when I will see him again. I couldn't go to his graduation. I don't know where he will be stationed next. I don't know when he will get leave again.
He's going to be stationed wherever the most barnacles are that need to be scraped off of boats.
And I had a hard time because I see all these people that have, kids coming home from college for Christmas and they're staying at their house and, well, it's Christmas. We're letting them come home. And I had to tell my son that I don't know when I will get a chance to see him again. I'm sorry, honey, you can't stay at the house.
Your room is being used for storage now.
I'm not kidding you. You guys know I'm not a crier. I sobbed for an hour in the shower because that's where the crying happens.
Exactly.
Because I had to tell my son that you can't come home for
Well, what did he do?
Christmas.
Did he have to just pitch a tent in a park, or what did he?
So we got him a hotel room, and we had to get creative about finding ways to spend time with him outside when it's freezing.
Yeah.
And so my mom has a fire pit in her backyard, so we did a couple things there. But I was not inside with him the whole time he was home.
Yeah.
It was horrible. And I see all these people posting on social media, oh, my kid's home from college. Oh, my kid came home for Christmas. Oh, isn't, like, you know what? You all piss me off. if anybody should have had a pass for letting their kid come home for Christmas, it's people that have people in the military. But we managed to have fun anyway. I made him a big care package while he was home. And one of the things I put in it is one of my American flag masks that I've showed you guys.
Oh, yeah.
I thought, he'll love this. And he said, that's great. I can't wear it.
No.
They have to wear a plain, nothing on it. But I said, but it's an American flag. Nope, can't wear an American flag.
Take it up with the Admiral, baby.
Yep. Can't wear it with the American flag on it.
Nope.
No.
But coming up, I don't want to do it here because I want to ask you guys if I should talk about it.
Okay.
All right.
But when he graduates, he has an opportunity to do extra training. This is opt-in extra medical training. And, you can opt in to learn more about phlebotomy, or you can opt into... And this thing he told me about is fascinating and disgusting. And...
How to clean a bedpan.
No. And I'm going to tell you guys what it is off the air, and you tell me if you think we should talk about it.
Well, I don't mind talking about fecal transplants.
It's disturbing.
All right.
All right.
Well, now we have to talk about it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Maybe.
And also disturbing, this.
Yeah.
This is Pink Lady.
And Jeff?
No, Jeff, just Pink Lady.
Okay.
No.
With their version of...
He's there somewhere, Carrie.
Yeah.
By the way, if I may brag just for a moment.
Okay.
He's top 5 in his class. My child that I had to beg to go to school. Top 5.
He's in the top % of his age, or his weight.
We scraped more barnacles than anybody.
If he remains in the top 5 by the time he graduates, he gets a better chance of picking where he goes after. Which is
I want to know when he actually gets on a boat. He's in the damn Navy.
So far, no boat.
When does he get on a
Simulations.
boat?
Hello, sailor boy!
I don't believe he's in the Navy.
We will take a break. We will be back. We'll crawl toward the exits right after these. X96.
The new X96 app.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of 2 such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elmer! Today, we find Butch and Lehigh on Starbase 182 around lunchtime.
Hey, Lehigh, what's up? You haven't been yourself lately. You seem a little under the weather. Here, I replicated you some lunch. This should put you back on your feet. It's your favorite.
Meat soup?
No, macaroni and cheese with little hot dog bits in it. Man, you are sick. I'm taking you to the sick bay.
Are you sure that would be the logical thing to do?
Huh? Come on!
Very interesting.
What is it, Doc? What's wrong with Lehigh?
Elder Christiansen here is suffering from plateau.
Plateau? What on earth is that?
Not plateau. Plateau.
Oh.
The blood fever. It's not of Earth, my dear Butch. It's a Vulcan disorder. Lehigh here is in the early stages of Ponfar.
But Doc, look at my companion. I mean, his ears aren't pointy. The blood sample you took from him was red, not green. He's not a Vulcan.
Have the two of you come in contact with any Vulcans recently?
Well, we met with that nice Ambassador Spock fella.
Was there anything unusual about this meeting?
No, we talked for a while. He mind melded with Lehigh and then sent us packing like everybody else.
Mind melded with a Vulcan? Oh, dear.
Well, he said it would be the fastest way for us to tell him about the gospel.
Now, what's this got to do with Lehigh losing his appetite and then resetting the environmental controls in our apartment up to Moab standard temperatures?
Pon farr is the Vulcan mating ritual. Unless the individual who's suffering from the blood fever gets to Vulcan in time, he will die.
I still don't understand how Lehigh contracted this blood fever thing anyway.
The Vulcan who did the mind meld must have transferred it into the Lehigh's mind during the meld. No matter how he contracted it, you must get to Vulcan within the next 72 hours or your companion will be dead.
Okay, Vulcan it is. Come on, Lehigh, we better get going.
But Vulcan isn't in our Tracton area. We're not supposed to go outside of this quadrant. You know the rules. Zone Leader Hansen would never approve of us making a personal visit to Vulcan.
Oh, to heck with Hansen. They can send us both home if they want to. I just want to make sure you go home breathing.
Will our elders get to Vulcan in time to save Lehigh? Will Zone Leader Hansen get them sent home for leaving the quadrant? Will Ambassador Spock apologize for giving Lehigh buckthole? What is exactly in Plomeek soup anyway? Tune in next time to hear Butch say...
Hold on, Lehigh. Just a couple more hours and we'll be on Vulcan.
Butch, wouldn't it be more logical to reduce our speed to warp 6 in order to make the best possible speed while reducing the stress on the dilithium crystals?
Oh.
On the next mind-melding episode of Space Elders!
We're doing kind of dry January in the house.
You are?
What is kind of dry?
Well, I'm doing kind of dry. Gina and her brother are competing with each other to do a complete dry January, and mine is kind of dry.
You mean Sue and her brother?
Yeah, Sue and her brother are doing that. Mine is kind of dry in that I will drink on Friday and Saturday nights.
That's kind of
I thought you were going to say only dry white wine is your dry gin.
Oh, I should have thrown that in there.
London dry gin.
Yeah.
My favorite kind of gin.
But the Sue reminded me of the best thing that happened to me on the Christmas holiday. During this time down. I mean, other than watching a lot of TV, reading a lot of comic books, sleeping in with the dogs, and that was all terrific. But I got a surprise.
What'd you get?
During the holidays. I was downstairs. I think I might have been watching Star Trek or something. I came upstairs one night, and Sue had hubbed Taco Bell.
This was your big thing
which
that
is
happened?
the so not Sue thing to do would be to Grubhub Taco Bell. And so I was treated to some
did
cheap
you
tacos.
have?
It was just cheap tacos.
just the tacos? You
Bag of
didn't
cheap tacos. There was a Crunch Wrap or something. Which,
Nachos Belgrande? No
no.
Nachos Belgrande?
No.
What made her do this crazy thing?
It was just a whim. Just on
I'll
a whim.
remind people this is the house where they don't have fruit because it's candy. That's
Man, I haven't had the Taco Bell, the cheap tacos, for a long time.
It was a wonderful little surprise.
Bag of cheap tacos.
And quite tasty.
Yeah.
No, we haven't done it in ages.
I found something that we can maybe spend some time with in the next few days. I was trying to refile some papers, and I found this. If you go to x96.com/live, maybe you can see what it is I'm holding up.
It's hard to read.
I will read you what the title is.
Okay.
Sounds Like a Revolution, a 15-year history of modern music radio in Utah from 1983 to 1998.
We were part of somebody's thesis.
A master's thesis project by Mike Waterman. And it is several hundred pages full of quotes from all of us.
Yeah.
Well, he interviewed us, I remember.
Yeah. It's really bizarre to look back on this. So apparently the history of modern music and X96 ended in 1998. This only goes to 1998. But if you just open any page, you'll find quotes from Kerry Jackson, quotes from Bill Allred. And then at the back, there's a little cast of characters.
Wasn't that where you cite your sources? Or
well, there's that, but then it just says, here are the key players. And here's Gina Barberi.
I'm a key player.
Joins KJQ-FM as overnight disc jockey in 1991. Did you realize that was 1991? Of course, your history ends with currently the producer of Radio from Hell with Kerry Jackson and Bill Allred.
Producer.
Oh, jeez.
Currently the producer when this was written.
We need to get him to update this.
And 91, it would have been earlier than that.
Yeah, 91 seems late.
I don't know.
89.
Well, no, wait a second, because when were you at the Q? 99.
I was hired as an overnight person in 1989. It wasn't 91.
Oh, so he didn't factor that in. He just.
I was late night person in 91.
Mm-hmm.
But this is fascinating. This talks about when the end started.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You want one quote from that?
Sure.
Morale at X96 hit a new low when it became known that the End disc jockeys received a $10,000 bonus after working at the station for only a year.
I don't remember that.
Kerry Jackson says, quote,
Oh, okay.
I think Jim Facer was living in a dream world when he said we were a family. I came into it after it was formed, so it was kind of like crashing a party. But as I watched and interacted with people as I got there, I think that's a high hopes kind of attitude that he had, and we were anything but a family.
I don't remember saying any of that.
Quote, 1999 is when you said that.
I don't remember.
Yeah. It's pretty interesting to I don't know why I have this or where I got it. But.
Interesting.
Well, he gave all of us one of them.
Did he?
I didn't get one.
Well, it's because you said stuff like that.
I guess so. I guess so. I think he's taking me out of context there.
Well, Bill's just reading it.
I'm just reading it.
Maybe Bill's taking it out.
It makes sense when you read it. It's
okay,
not
because
not a negative thing.
Because I didn't feel like family when I came back to X96.
And that's basically what you're saying here.
That's what I might be referring to. Because out of context. Because no, Jim told me, he says, yeah, we're going to have you back starting with Bill on this date, on this time, so be ready. I'm just going to warn you, nobody's happy about it. I went, pardon me? Says, no, whole staff not happy about it. Just want to let you know. I'm just giving you a heads up so you know you're walking into the fire, all right? Just wanted to tell you.
It's true. It's true. It's absolutely true. And people said, so who do you want to have be your partner? And I said, it only makes sense to have Kerry Jackson do it. Oh, no. No, we can't do that. No. I said, well, that's who I picked.
Now, we're inside baseball here.
Sorry.
So, Kerry and Bill were partnered at KJQ, and then when KJQ blew up, we all sort of went our different ways. So this is talking about when everybody came back together.
Yeah.
At X96.
X96, and I had Dom Casual was my partner. Kerry stayed at KZHT.
Evil KJQ.
And then went to ZHT.
And then went to ZHT.
And then when Dom left...
Yeah, I had to stay at KJQ because I had cancer and I needed my insurance.
It talks about that in here.
Yeah. And everybody on the staff told me, don't worry about it. Quit and get on the dole. You'll be fine. And I'm like... did you hear the word cancer in the sentence that I just said?
I
just
need
want to
my
let
insurance.
you.
There's a touching scene in here, as a matter of fact, where I said I'm going to leave. You said I have to stay because I have cancer, and I said I completely understand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
I even told you that day when they were making you pack up your stuff.
Yeah.
I remember telling you that day. I said we'll be working together again. I guarantee
you did say that. And then you can't. And I said, and when I said I want Kerry to be my partner, everybody went, "No, you don't want that."
Yeah.
And I said, it makes perfect sense to do it, and that's what I want.
Oh.
And you see, I was right.
See?
Yeah. I wasn't loyal enough to get on the dole and have cancer, being unemployed. I wasn't loyal enough to quit. So
you did the right thing.
It was never
yes,
forgiven.
You did.
All right. Let's do this promo and get out of here.
Welcome back to a new year with Radio from Hell.
It's Tuesday. That means at 7 a.m., LeVar and LeGrand are back with the first Utah Word of the Day of 2021.
Then we're also back with Nate McDonald for our first COVID update of the New Year 745.
And don't miss Tuesday Tunes with Todd at 9 a.m.
Join us for all that and more on Tuesday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
All right. Did we get all business?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Think we're good? Fine job, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Cannibals get hungry, too.
Corey is next.